so maybe Dallas will help.
In all honesty, I did it with full-hearted intent that 73 was passed.
Yeah, you did. You did good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just that question. Thank you. Yeah, the correction would say motion failed versus passed, right?
No, we'll make a note, because the motion did pass, we'll make a note that it does take effect due to the
Two-thirds.
chapter 21 requirement.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Okay. Okay. And then once you get $1, I'll send it.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to accept Wednesday, March 3rd minutes with the notes, with the notations on 73. Corrections on motion 72.
I got a question, or actually, so we have to resend 74 then, for them?
You can, it's up to you. Like you said, it is not an issue now.
Yeah. Yeah, that in your
If you
motion?
guys want me to put a note on that, 74 will do.
Yep.
Yeah, do that.
With the correction, okay. So then with the corrections on 73 and 74. Okay.
So moved by the Lake Travis District, second by Tokanawa. Question, Isa Hasta.
Leon Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes?
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary, Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Councilman Exec. Go ahead, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question on motion 85. What happened with that? Madam Vice Chair. What's that? Okay. You don't know?
Because the last time I thought you were going to reach out.
Myself?
I thought you were going to reach out.
It's not my program. I mean, I'm not an exec. But, I mean, I guess
I'll follow up. and see what's going on there.
I mean, the grant was due
Yeah,
March
and then-
31st, so.
And then the judge was suspended, so I don't know. Yeah, the judge is usually the one who writes those grants.
Well, I started asking in January, and then I wasn't getting an answer. That's why I did the motion to make, because we need a drug court. I mean, we really need a drug court. When we have 95% of our cases are drug and alcohol related or involved, we need a drug court.
I agree. I thought planning, Mr. Chairman, is planning overseeing the grants? I mean, isn't that a planning function?
So can you let us know tomorrow? Somebody let us know tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, because planning oversees all the grants. So, I mean, that's a planning department function.
As soon as we take a break, I'll ask him about it.
Yeah, because if nobody notified them, then
To be truthful, I totally forgot about motion 85.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, you weren't here. That's when you were on bereavement leave. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dion. I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Secretary.
I was just wondering if on motion 84, if that check was sent in.
For motion, she's asking a question, motion 84.
Was that paid? Yeah. That was,
Thank you. So moved to approve the March 4th minutes by Madam Secretary. Is there a second? Second. Iagapta. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yeah.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Execs. Moving on to our March 12th minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
Motion number 88. So, would that signature authority go to you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
We need to amend that?
Yes.
To state so?
Motion number 88. This commend the motion, the signature authority will be going back to my administration. You can just make, yeah. Motion to approve March 12th. Moved by Curtis Pass. Is there a second? Second by all agency. Is there a question? Question by Tokanoa.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Question two by, on the notes of the minutes on the second page of March 12th, the 65 miles radius requirement for elderly food. Are you going to bring that issue up again, Madam Secretary, in your report? Or is that good?
I was going to bring it up in my presentation, but I guess it's noted in here in contract.
And the disagreement.
I just want to double check as we move on. moved by Madam Secretary, motion 88. It was,
Claire.
that's fine. Is there a second? Second by Olatency. Question by Isa Haskell.
Tribal Secretary? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Moving on to our March 18th minutes. Motion approved by Olatency. That's a tie. Second. Hakiza Haska. Question by Tokenowa to approve the March 18th minutes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, council and execs. Moving on to March 22nd minutes. Motion to approve March 22nd minutes, moved by Tokenowa. Second by Olatency. Question by Iagata.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, members of council and execs. Moving on to the last minutes for March 31st. Motion to approve March 31st minutes by Tokenowa. Second by Olatency. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wanna?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you, members of council and execs. We're on to resolution. I know the execs approved the resolution because there was a deadline for Chief Gaikowski. there's a deadline last week, so we came through the exec committee knowing that it's going to be coming into our report for council approval. Do you have any questions on the executive resolution?
Motion to approve.
So moved by Katiza Haska. Is there a second? Second by Lake Travers. Question. Yeah, Doctor.
Curtis Bissonnette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson,
Yes.
Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and executives. I wanted to kind of give an update on the United Tribes Board meeting because I have a resolution that I need from council, but I got to get the minutes. Louis is going to get the minutes and I'll present what happened on that day. But before that happens, I'm going to call up Eric. Are you ready? Are you waiting?
Yeah, I think we'll
Eric's going to present some good stuff for council on his behalf. So, in a nutshell, with that, for the United Tribes Board meeting, they had a meeting with their liaisons and their representatives representing on the gaming behalf. That, as you all know, Dakota Magic is under North Dakota as well. One of the senators, one of the legislators, kind of represented a remark of the Dakota Sioux people. I'll read it to you guys. Resolution as whereas the United States Gaming Association consists of the 5 tribes located within the North Dakota, including Standing Rock Sioux Tribe, Mandan Hidatsa, Arikara Tribe, the Turtle Mountain Tribe, Spear Lake, Oyate, Sistawapta, and Oyate. Whereas the United Tribes Gaming Association pursuant to and powers to, it is whereas March 19, 2021, Executive Director of the United States Gaming Association and representatives from Standing Rock met with Senator Jessica Bell from District 33, Chairman of the Finance and Taxation Committee, to discuss tribes' concerns in regard to various legislative measures involving ETABs and their potential implications to tribal gaming revenues. Whereas during the meeting with the tribal representative, Senator Bell stated that in general, the Sioux Nation is quoted, has been difficult to work with, referencing the Standing Rock tribe and DAPL protests. And that was the reason for the Senate was opposed to supporting the tribe's proposed memorandum and amendments to HB House Bill 1212 in regards to electronic pull tabs. Whereas the United Tribes Gaming Association has discussed these racist and inflammatory statements and believes they are constituent to the violation of the Senator's ethical obligations to refrain from discrimination in her official capacity. And that is in the best interest of the tribes to bring these remarks to the attention of the legislature's Ethics Commission, which Senator Bell serves as Vice President. Now therefore, be it resolved, the United Tribes Gaming Association hereby approves to submit a complaint to the North Dakota Ethics Commission in regards to Senator Bell's systematic racist remarks implied that the concessions consensus of the Senate was against helping tribal nations. But it be further resolved that the President and the Secretary of the United States Gaming Association are hereby authorized and instructed to sign this resolution on behalf of the United States Gaming Association. I know Louis and myself attended. A lot of the leadership at attendance were all in agreement that, of course, I said, of course, majority of them are going to bring it back to their council meetings for approval, so you guys know what the issue is. And so that's what I want to be here for. And Louis, do you have any questions or comments regarding that? Basically, that's it in a nutshell. Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing this, back for our attention. I think sometimes state, federal, county, city government officials, they forget that they represent us too. We here at the tribal level, we represent our membership. But I think they forget that that we also live in this county, we also live in this state, we also live in this country. And so they forget that they have a duty to represent us as well. And so I'm really glad that organization is addressing that, because I think the only way that we can make those, that we can show them who we are and show them that we're important and show them that this is not acceptable is just by calling it out, calling a thing, calling out the buffalo in the middle of the room and saying, hey, there's that buffalo, now let's deal with it. So I really commend you and Councilman from Buffalo Lake for being a part of the group that's addressing this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And also, too, remember, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, can we get a copy of that?
Yes. That's what I was going to say. Did you guys need more, some time when you guys get a copy to make that decision? Gypsy?
That's all.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Well, it seems pretty cut and dry at this point. If this is the resolution, that will bring forward this to the ethics committee so that this particular senator can actually be investigated for her blatant statements against, as the quote, Sioux Nation in relation to the Dakota pipeline protest. I mean, this is ridiculous. There should be no questions at all. I mean, I'll just go ahead and make the motion to accept this resolution. This needs to be done now.
So moved by Dallas. Second by Louis. Question by Dion.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
We'll provide the copies of all leadership for that resolution. Thank you, members of the council and executives. At this time, I'm going to call up housing. Eric, when you have a chance, I'm going to give the mic over to you. Make sure the green light is on and talk loud and clear, because we have a listening audience out there that's listening.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you guys. One of my staffers here, Angie Johnson, brought something to my attention yesterday, which I kind of thought it involves all of us together in the partnership that we have between the tribe and the Housing Authority. I'll let Angie take it from here, and I fully support this.
So you're on strict time here, so I'm just going to get it out. Council, I think it's time to lift the freeze on the down payment assistance for our people. It's long. I got people coming in, and I got a guy ready to close this month. He's freaking out. We need to help our people. Plain and simple.
Go ahead, Dion. But make sure, because Gypsy, did you?
I couldn't understand.
Okay, Dion? Or can you?
Talk
explain it?
closer.
Yeah,
Can you repeat what you said?
she couldn't hear. I couldn't hear either.
Could you? Is this on?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, guys. No, I got some people, I work with homeownership and help our tribal members through the homeownership process. And I think it's time for our down payment assistance to be unfrozen. It's been frozen for maybe over a year. And I got some people ready to close and they can really use this money. We're talking low income. The one I got is a family of 5. Low income, and they can really use this. And I know they've been coming to me, and the lenders are coming to me asking if this is going to be a possibility to help them out. The tribe's going to help them out with this, but I think it's time now. We need to help these guys and not let them go through this much stress. Trying to think if they're going to be getting help or not, because it's a stressful process in itself, and we need to help our people out right.
Dion, then Curtis, and Iagapta. Just went in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we had discussed this, some of us had discussed it, and I discussed it with Madam Secretary and the chairman. I had intended to minimally make a motion to unfreeze this account, because I know that, there are going to be dollars coming up, for housing. So that was our intention, or that was my intention anyway, to make that motion. We didn't know if we were, because I know there was a motion that came out of Long Hollow to unfreeze everything. So I didn't know if we wanted to do that or not, but I can make a motion to unfreeze the account that oversees the, what is it called, the home buyers down payment assistance. And we can look at the rest of them later. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
On the floor, moved by Dion. Is there a second? Second. Well, latency, then I'm going to turn over the question over to Curtis.
So, Mr. Chairman, how many programs are on a freeze right now, still, to this day?
That was done right in the very beginning, and the casinos were shut down, right? Freeze the gaming.
Basically, all the gaming funding programs that are shut down.
Is there still a reason why there needs to be a freeze on them?
I don't
Got
see.
that to the 26th. You guys rescinded that motion. Yep.
And the reason why I'm asking is because we've been open too. We just recently closed again. And I know there's still programs out there that are calling and wondering what's going on, if they're ever going to be open again. And the freeze keeps coming up that they're on a freeze yet, all these programs and stuff. So I guess my question is there a reason why we should keep them froze?
No.
Can you amend your motion then?
So I amend my
Or question that?
motion to say unfreeze all of the current spending for programs that
Gaming,
get gaming funding.
yes.
Yep. And I will question that, Mr. Chairman.
Question? Yes. Let me see once. There's still hands up too. Was it? Okay. Iagapta, you had your hand raised, and after that, I'm going to turn it over to Gypsy because she had her hand raised.
Okay, that's one of the biggest issues that I'm faced with, because I have members that belong to my district that have that same complaint about all the houses that are boarded up. Why do we have those houses boarded up? And I think Eric answered that question at our last meeting, because he did make a report to our district members. But we have to remember that our help that was given from the federal government was based on our housing numbers, and that was incorrect, because we all know some of these families have up to 3 different families living in 2-bedroom housing units, 1-bedroom housing units. And that's a truth of what's going on to the shortage. We need to do something about it, because I feel bad about telling my members that my hands are tied and that it would be best to go to Eric and ask why that we have a shortage of our homes. Now, we have all this stimulus money coming, and I did make a remark at the meeting that we had up at the Magic, that it makes it hard for us tribal council members. We face that constant criticism about why we aren't doing anything, about making sure all this money that we're receiving is being passed out. And the attorney did answer my question and reminded the people that a lot of this money that's getting passed out, we have stipulations we have to adhere to. So that's what thank you for giving me the floor.
Would this include all the boards and committees, or would that be separate? Separate? For that motion?
It would include, because it's gaming.
Gaming, okay.
If I'm correct, Madam Vice Chair.
No, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make, see if that was included.
There's a hand raised back there, then I'll turn it over to Madam Vice Chair. That's what I was just going to bring in my report, and also to a couple other ones. So that means I don't need an action item for acting or putting in our tribal, or not our tribal, the powwow committee activated. Unless you're all going to include that in your report, because I was going to ask it for Louis, because we got a plan on our powwow this year. So that's going to be included your motion as well. Or that could be separate. It'll be a separate one. Yeah, it'll be a separate one. But with Louis, a year board, you need a pandemic plan if we're going to activate your powwow.
I made you concerned about the program.
Yeah. That'll be a separate motion. Before I call for a vote, I'm going to call on Curtis.
So can I have Lindsay read that motion back then, so we're all clear?
Motion is to unfreeze the down payment assistance home buyers account and all current gaming accounts programs.
Unfreeze all programs with gaming fund?
That receive gaming funds? Okay. Thank you, Lindsay.
Anything else from leadership on that, Dion's motion? If you guys are all clear on the motion, is there a call for vote?
Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Eric?
I just kind of wanted to shine some light to the comment that equally representative brought up about, the housing shortage. There are strategies for that. There is a mandated 10-year plan between the tribe and the housing authority to support that and actually make a difference there. On the other part of, when the pandemic hit, that hit our agency, that hit our entity pretty hard. As we know, a lot of families abandoned units. So we have a number of units that are out there vacant, but also in our annual funding, we're in our last part of that right now. When the CARES Act dollars hit us, we took care of rental subsidies, water, we took care of that for everybody for 6 months. The tribe picked up 5 more months of that. But nobody talks about that, the recognition of that. So that took care of that funding. Now that we know that this rescue plan is coming into effect here, so we received notice of what we're going to receive July 1 when our year starts, and the extra funding, the influx of funding and we're making strategies to overcome that. We also see last Thursday I just received notice of $500 million coming for homeowners, which we've never seen. So that's where I actually want to help the tribe in that program to boost that that budget up as well, whatever we can do for homeowners and the different tiers of level incomes that we can help so that we're not in this situation again. So I'm looking forward to that and coming up with a plan and coming up with a budget to our board to even approve, but how we can work with the tribe's down payment assistance program to help serve our people even more in greater lengths, because I know that applications are coming in and applications are being denied as well. So thank you guys for the time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Dallas.
Well, while we're on the topic of opening things up, I know you said it was in your report, but we'll just get it out of the way with opening up our public parks.
Oh,
Just make a motion, to open up our public park.
motion moved by Topinoa.
Our park, Tecwetha,
Tech Park.
Memorial Park. Should we open? Yeah. Second. Oh.
Second, Lake Traverse. Any questions regarding that motion for clarification? Question by Junior Kurt, representing Ole Dawson.
Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. I'm
No.
sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Tribal Secretary? No. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council. And also for the Power Committee. I was going to address we're going to ask to activate the Power Committee, but if there's a discussion on other all committees, if you don't want to discuss that now, we can do it later. Dion, then Curtis. I'll defer to Curtis. Okay, Curtis.
So what are you looking for? Are you looking for a motion to activate them, or are you making a motion to?
I was going to say activate all boards and committees, but if not, just on the Power Committee. If you guys are not comfortable with all boards and committees, then I'm just asking for a Power Committee. Dion, Madam Vice Chair, then Gypsy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I think in addition to the motion to freeze the gaming, it's a lot of those, I think a lot of those programs maybe have, positions that, well, I don't know, the boards and committees, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I'm not sure about that. But I do know that, for our tribal programs, it would be really helpful for a lot of those programs. I'm thinking of one specific program to be able to hire their staff back. So maybe when we're done the discussion, I'll make a motion, about the employees. And if you want me to include boards and committees, I can throw that in there. Since full thaw this morning, I feel like we're on full thaw mode. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The feedback of the leadership as well. Dion, the Madam Vice Chair, then Susie had her hand up too.
So, with the boards and committees, when it was originally put on hold, it was a two-part reason. That was done at the very beginning of the pandemic, when we were unsure. It was also done when the casinos were shut down, so we weren't bringing in revenue. And we did a shelter in place, and we did restrictions on how many people can meet together. So those are the main reasons as to why boards and committees were suspended. Just some backdrop to help make your decision.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Gypsy, floor is yours.
Okay, so, we've already got, we've got at least one board already meeting. Some were still meeting anyway, and some did it by Zoom and stuff. And at this point, especially if we're unfreezing programs and they got to do work and everything, and then with the tribe, with our tribal building here, through the end of March, we still had 11,865 people come through our front doors. That includes visitors and employees. So at this point, you know, let's activate those boards and committees, provided they have the restrictions in place for the social distancing, whether it be Zoom meetings or far enough apart, wearing the masks and still washing hands, etc. A lot of us have gotten the vaccine, but that doesn't mean we're completely safe from it, and we still need to practice these safety measures. But if we're going to have them deactivated still, and we still have over 11,000 visitors coming through the building, you know, for whatever reasons they need to come, it doesn't make sense to me to keep them deactivated or anything like that, because we're still active everywhere else. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy. Go ahead, Iagata.
Okay, I want to address an issue that happened last week, because our chairman was trying to protect our members from being safe, practicing safe distancing. And because of the decision he made to clear the council chambers, we upset some people. And when we want to talk about safety and protecting people from this virus and the spread of it, we're also guilty of not practicing safe distancing. You go to funerals, you go to wake services, you go to church, you see a lot of people sitting in a crowd without masks. So we are all guilty of not stopping the spread of this virus. And we have council members that have been affected by death from this virus. We have to be respectful of their loss also. So please be mindful about the comments you make when our chairman tries to protect our tribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Iagata. Any discussions further? Dallas.
So I just want to get some clarification here. Now, when the boards are activated, it doesn't necessarily mean at the same time either that the funds are also open. They can still actively meet. They're just not receiving their stipends. Is that correct? So they can't meet at all at this time?
No, it's not correct that they wouldn't receive stipends, because the gaming budget, that motion was rescinded back to the 26 million. So that would include stipends, because that's gaming funds. The issue here is previous council in the beginning, like I said, we issued a shelter in place, which has never been lifted. So to Iagapta's comment over there, where we're attending funerals in the excess of 10 people, we're violating our own shelter in place. And when we're opening up the park, we're violating that. So if we need to be consistent in how we want to handle this. So do we want to take another look at our shelter in place, and maybe do we feel that some of those changes can be adjusted and amended based on now we've learned a lot more about this virus and how to handle it, compared to when it was very first enacted, when we had a bunch of unknowns and we didn't know what to expect. That was council's attempt to protect everybody with the information we knew at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And so then I guess with that note, I'll just go back to why I made the motion open to park. As we know, diabetes affects a lot of our membership. And when they're cooped up in the house all day, and I'm sure Sarah Lincoln will be able to speak to this too, you know, they need to get out and exercise. I mean, I have toddlers, and yeah, they run around everywhere, and you know, they like to play, and it comes down to individual responsibility in that aspect, because you know, I bring hand sanitizer for the kiddos when they get on the monkey bars and stuff, And so that's why I wanted to open up the park, because our kids need that exercise. Otherwise, they're going to become couch potatoes, and we don't want to endanger them further. And so getting them this exercise early on by letting them attend the parks without it being basically a crime at this point, at least then our kids will be able to have fun, stay safe with the sanitation, and then also get their exercise in. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, you had your hand raised, you still need the floor.
With how we approach this. And if we need to take another look at our initial shelter in place, I think maybe we should do that and update it according to the changes that we're making.
I agree with Madam Vice Chair. Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we got to sit down and we got to talk about this, because this next round of money that's coming in is geared towards economic development. So if we're closed, how are we going to do that? You know, I know the CARES money, we were in a pandemic, so we did shut down, and we didn't lift that shelter in place. But that's over here now. We're in this new third funding phase, or second funding down that's coming down. And so we really need to discuss what we're going to do moving forward, because we can't have certain things closed and other things open. It's got it. And I've said this before. You know, if we're going to shut down, we shut down everything. We don't just shut down certain things. So here we are back in this discussion again. And that if we're going to be open, we got to open everything. And we can't just be picking and choosing what we're going to open and close. We got to be consistent with that across the board. And I really think we need to really make that determination sooner than later, because we're in a shelter in place and that has never been lifted yet. So we have to make that decision as council and executives what we want to do moving forward, because once this next round of money comes in, it's geared towards economic development, and people are going to be wanting to get out there and work, you know, and be open and stuff like that. So we got to make that decision sooner than later. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Deanna, did you have your hand raised?
Long time ago, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I think maybe if the only question that I would have about listing this shelter in place is are there consequences as far as the CARES Act funding in regards to that? Because if there are, then we probably need to have a motion, like rescind, and then have a motion ready so that we're not violating, you know, the terms of what, you know, of accepting that funding. That would be the first thing, the most important thing, because we don't want to have to pay back $24 million on anything. The second thing is, I think, you know, with the park and everything that I've read with the CDC guidelines, that being outdoors, that's kind of the only place where you can gather safely with more than 6 people. So outdoors it's really, that's way safer. Our kids playing outside, you know, and people being outside is way safer than them sitting in this building. So, you know, I think that was one of the reasons why, you know, why I supported Tokanuwa's motion on the park. And the last thing I think is that we do need to all sit down and talk, and I don't know if we do that when we do that. We probably should have done it, but we've been so busy, you know, it has been really difficult. So I don't know if that's something that maybe we have a, you know, we have a working lunch or something, or we sit down real quick this afternoon, you know, and then bring motions tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer to that is, but we do need to, number one, if somebody can call Mr. Gunn and ask him about, Mr. Chairman, if you can have one of your staff call Mr. Gunn and ask him about lifting that shelter in place and what we would need to have in place as far as, you know, a second motion, you know, to follow that. I think that would probably be the best thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Vice Chair, you had your hand raised, and Curtis? Oh, and sorry about Secretary.
Good morning. The last administration might remember this, but when we did the shelter in place, the kids could play outside, but only in their own yards. And that's how they would get their fresh air. The concern right now is that COVID-19 is trending towards children, and children are getting COVID. So I think we do need to sit down and formulate a plan for the park. And there has to be some kind of limitations and protections for the kids, because the kids are getting COVID now. And my little grandson, my sister's grandson, had COVID. And it was very frightening, really, when these kids get COVID. It's very scary. It's scary for adults to see them with the high fevers and everything. So I think we need to sit down and roundtable that whole shelter in place and revise it and look at protections for the kids. Thank you.
Curtis?
Thank you for that, Madam Secretary, and I strongly agree, because we have schools that are open and activities that are going on already, and they've been going on. And so we do need to, and this is why it's like inconsistent, and we do need to sit down and talk about that sooner than later, because, you know, if schools are open fully, these activities are going on. I think Tiosh Bazina, their football season just started, their spring, and so we do need to sit down, and we need to sit down and get questions as to what this shelter in place and how it's going to affect us moving forward with our CARES funding. That part we need clarification on, so we can better make a decision moving forward with that. So I think if we can get something scheduled with Mr. Gunn, maybe Van Norman or somebody, we can sit down and discuss those, and then we can make a better decision going forward. So, thank you.
Good question.
Go to Elder back there with her hand raised. I'm going to turn over to Gypsy right after that. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to voice my opinion. I was happy to hear Councilwoman Harper speak about CDC.
Can you come over to the mic over here, because we got a listening audience too, so they can listen too. Appreciate it. The green light on. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to voice my opinion. I was happy to hear that she, spoke of CDC guidelines. I also go by those and World Health Organization guidelines. This virus, I do not believe in my opinion, will ever be eradicated in our area. We just go with what we have. And like she said, they say outside is, the best. But they also talk about ventilation in the buildings. When you have a meeting of people, of course, it's common sense. If you don't have good ventilation, all these viruses and stuff are going to stay in the room and spread. And yes, the variant is here, but I believe there's going to be more variants coming, as I honestly believe this virus will never be eradicated. So I don't feel we can live with the what ifs. And I really commend you for figuring out all the legalities of things that you need to make decisions on. I commend you for that. But I just think common sense, continuing clean practices. It's too bad we had to tell people to wash their hands in the beginning anyway. And common sense. Thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion.
Thank you. Well, Council, at this time, I'm just going to table that discussion for a roundtable with Dunn and Van Norman for that shelter in place. Maybe we could have that this week if we have time, and have something prepared next week. But I am going to request that we activate the Powell Committee only so they can get started on meeting and planning for our 4th of July powwow, because it's right around the corner. July's going to come up quick. And that's my request. So moved by Buffalo Lake, second by All Agency. Question by Dallas.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Can you read the motion back, please? To activate?
Activating the powwow committee so they can start planning on the 4th of July powwow.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana. Abstain. Floyd Kirk Jr. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. At this time, that's concluding my report because I'm taking into vice chairman's time.
Motion to approve chairman's report.
So moved by Akiza Haska, second by All Agency, but we questioned by Louis.
Brandon Gypsy Wana. Floyd Kirk Jr. Dallas Owen. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank you,
passed.
council and execs, and pending your pandemic plan for the powwow, for your powwow committee. Louis.
Yeah, I have a pandemic plan. Need to know on my committee, they will not get a stipend, right? There'll be no stipends for the power committee.
They just lifted all the gaming fees, which that
So
was.
they'll be okay? Okay,
Yep.
that's one. Number two, what is the budget for the powwow? Is it still the same as before?
I don't know, that'd be up to council. You guys,
Well, it's gaming revenue. It had a line item before, so.
Can you, Louis, can you bring back when you report, depending on your, is it going to be a full powwow weekend, or is it going to be as last year, one-day event, depending on what you guys decide?
That's up to you guys. I mean, I can go all weekend if you want. It's up to you guys. If we want to go one day, then go one day. But I need to know that before I go.
Bring a plan and then decide on the
So
funding.
you want a plan for one day, and then a plan for 3 days, a plan for 2 days. We'll do it like that.
I recommend 3 days. All weekend. Gypsy?
This is Jerome's report. If anything needs to be done, there needs to be a work order filled out. Can I get a copy of the work order? In case I need anything done. In Jerome Renville's
Oh, yeah.
monthly report,
Yeah,
because I don't know where the form is or anything like that.
okay.
Thank you.
All good, Louis? With that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Madam Vice Chair. Sorry about taking some of your time.
that's fine, Mr. Chairman. So we'll go to the vice chair's programs under the budget office. We have now hired the budget audit compliance position's been filled. And that is, we had one applicant that met the screening process, and that person is Michelle Brown. We'll be having to advertise for a payroll clerk. Cafe Task Force, my office will be working with the manager of the cafe kitchen and the COVID-19 task force to finalize the COVID-19 quarantine facility budget and CARE Act funds. Community post office, the hours of operation are from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Finance office, jeez, that's kind of loud. If you refer to Exhibit 1, you'll find the gaming proceeds checkbook register report. On Wednesday, March 31st, Lake Travers had requested of my office financial reports from the CARES funding, which Finance did produce. And in our Friday meeting, Finance brought to my attention and Budget Office attention that the budgets are not communicating in the FRX system. I believe Enemy Swim came in about a week ago. Was that a week ago? When you asked whether the budgets were entered? And the budgets have been entered on our end, but somewhere it's not communicating to where it's picking it up in the FRX report. So I put in a request by way of the chairman for IT technical assistance to help us figure that out. So when we get to the budget side of this, we have, and I've explained this before, is we have the 3 different systems that we have to go through in order to get budget entered, processed, and linked up with the finance department. Also, only one of my budget people can be in there at a time, so it takes away from being productive and efficient when it's time to enter these budgets. And this is, to me, a perfect example of where we really do need to update our accounting software. So that's something that I'm hoping to be able to provide information to council on here in the near future. So Lake Travers, I'm working on getting that resolved once we became aware of it on Friday. So that's...
Well, how long until we get an accurate reporting of?
I don't have a timeline because that's going to be the result of the IT assistance and let us know what's going on there. So.
Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, I mean, you know, we're getting questioned, and I'm probably not the only one. You know, we're getting questioned about when the COVID isolation facility is going to open. We have the variant. We have families that, you know, we still have cases in the community, but we just don't have you know, we got a report in February that said we have 5.21 million left of the CARES Act funding. You know, but then we get another, you know, and then verbally you're telling us that we don't have any money, any CARES Act funding left. You know, and so we can't not open that facility. We can't not move forward. And I don't know, I don't know what else to say, is that we need an accurate accounting of how much CARES Act funding we have left. I mean, we need to know how much money we have.
And I understand your question, I understand your concern, and I just want to make sure that you know, once I'm aware of an issue, I'm able then to try to resolve it. I wasn't aware that these budgets weren't connecting. So when I'm following up with my team, and like I said, when Enemy Swim came over and asked if those budgets had been entered, I went directly to my budget person and said, did they get entered? And she said, yes. Like I said, it wasn't until the reports were actually ran that we realized something's not communicating when it comes to this system. What that is beyond my ability to answer that. That's taking IT assistance, which like I said, I placed that request in with the chairman's office.
Okay.
As soon as that gets resolved, then I will be doing that. But for the record, I've never said there was no CARES funding. What I said is there's been CARES funding allocated to particular projects, and we can't reallocate funding that's already been designated for a project. Once those projects are closed and any excess revenue, then we can reallocate those dollars. But according to the resolution, all the CARES funding has been allocated out and according to how council intended it to be. And those intents are, that intent is defined in resolution 56B, which is from prior council. So that's the issue, is that there's still pending projects with those allocated dollars. And once those projects are closed, then we'll know what's remaining. So I'm just making council aware making you aware, Lake Travers, that we're aware that we weren't able to produce the report you needed, and we're working on that.
So,
So on,
I still, do I still have the floor?
You still have the floor. Is your mic on?
Yes. Yes, my mic is, sorry. I will speak louder, Mr. Chairman. So I guess my question then is, you know, I'm hearing this, and I remember, and I don't know, I don't know, because when you wanted to take that money out of the Taro account, I said, so we don't have any money anywhere. And you said, no. I said, in any other account, we don't have any money. And you said, no. I remember that. I don't know, maybe my memories. But I usually normally remember stuff like that. So, you know, we need a timeline, and we need to figure something out. I mean, we have to. I think it's irresponsible, because then, you know, Greg came in last week and put money into money market accounts to the tune of $2.531 million, which some of that is allocated, you know, but I think things can be allocated and they can be moved. That budget modification process is really actually very fast. I mean, I know that when I was working, you know, as an employee, you know, you bring something in, and ours was the secretary, so I would be authorized by my manager to visit with the secretary and explain it to her. She'd say, oh yeah, that sounds relevant. She would sign off. You know, you would take it to, then you would take it to the accountant, and they would take it, they would look at it, they would say, okay. And I mean, it was sometimes hours, maybe days, but it was never longer than, you know, than a week that it would take to have that budget modification processed. And so these things they're pretty quick. I mean, it's just like and maybe old agency can explain it to me, because he's been in that seat and he's been, you know, pretty recently. And so I guess I just don't know why we can't get a number. Why can't we know how much money we have? It just seems like it's a very simple thing. And I just want to know, because we need to be fiscally responsible. We have to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Curtis, then, yeah, got that.
So I know we've asked too about the 700,000 that was supposed to be allocated to the district. That's in resolution form, so is that there too then?
no, because there wasn't enough according to the resolution that allocated out the CARES projects. When you add the 700, there's not enough in there to cover that. We talked about that. So
So when we made that motion, there was enough in there, when the previous vice chairman gave his report. And that's the only reason why we made that motion in resolution form, is because the money was there. And so see, this is what I mean. There's nothing in front of me that's gonna answer my questions, because we don't have nothing. And until we have something, I mean, we need to know where we're at with that CARES funding. Because of this, because now you're saying there is money there, all of it's allocated. Now there's no money allocated for the districts, but there was money there when we made that motion last term. I know there was, because it was in resolution form when we made it.
So when you looked at the way the accounts are handled prior to my term, it was all put in the 10700 account altogether. It wasn't broken out according to the resolution and the allocated amounts per project. Once you do that, then you can clearly see that we had a reserve account of 15,000. And that's all. So you can't pay the 700 out of that reserve account unless we start to have some of these projects close out and not use all the funding that was awarded to them. So that's where we're at. Now, the issue that happened Friday, that I learned of Friday, is when we put the budget amount into the system, which should start to give us a true, accurate report of what was budgeted versus what's already been spent versus what's remaining of that ward amount. we weren't able to produce that report because the budget isn't communicating with our Great Plains system somewhere. Something's wrong. So I requested IT's assistance to help us resolve that so we can get that better picture for you.
So when we got a report back in December, I want to say, it was all in one account. You're correct. It was all in one account, but it was an Excel spreadsheet. So all these accounts were broken down within that Excel spreadsheet. So you could still see all these different projects. There's a big pot of money here, okay? You have all these accounts here, and then you can look down and you can see what was paid up to date. And that's what we got. And now we don't have nothing to even look at. I haven't even seen anything since.
I produced 2 reports that were similar.
Yeah, those were
to how
just,
you-
it was
to
just
how-
a little sheet like this though.
But it did identify all the projects, identified the award amount, identified the
But it didn't show
expenditures
the
currently.
payments in real time is what
In
I'm
it.
saying. You know, and then it had the budget down here to say what we had left over, which back then I think was $8 million to date. But, I mean, yeah, it's like 2 things. I mean, I just want to know if we have the 700,000 from the resolution we made.
It was just a motion, it wasn't a resolution. The resolution that previous council put together, and it's the budget for the total award amount, did not include the 700,000. So that's outside of that. So if there's any, once all these projects are done, if there's any additional revenue to go towards that $700,000 project, then it'll go there. Right now, it's not available.
So, okay, no, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Agapta, thanks for your patience. I'm going to turn it forward.
Okay, I want to remind everybody sitting in here around this area. Thank you, Lisa, for doing what you can to provide that financial information. But my background is accounting. If you have your system isn't working properly, it can shut down your whole business. Sometimes you lose all your information and you have to rekey it. And Lisa is familiar with some of the problems I ran into doing books. But we have to be mindful of each other and work together as a group. When it comes to money, you know, I see that it divides us. We have to be patient. Lisa, if you're having a problem with providing that information, maybe you can let all of us know. We could have a round table. But I do understand the part and the problems that you are having by saying that some of your programs aren't working properly, and that can shut down everything. So I appreciate the information that you're giving to us now. I know it's probably not totally finished, but I think we need to give her a little bit space and support her in some of the problems that she's running into. Thank you.
I'm going to go with Gypsy, Dallas, and Madam Vice Chair. We got to move on because I don't want to take too much time into Madam Secretary's report. So with that, I'm going to go call on Gypsy.
All right, thank you, Susie. I was going to go along those same lines. We keep coming back to this funding, what we had last semester, last thing, the 700,000, and Ramona was in here a few times and explained things, and at the time they got explained, it seemed we all understood. We figured out where this funding went. We had a couple roundtables. We finally understood how this went there and this and that and whatever. It all made sense, and it was figured out, but somehow we keep coming back to it. And so I have to wonder, well, we're not the accountants. I don't have an accounting degree, but I have had accounting classes. I don't know how many others have, but I think we're confused on some of the terminology. You keep saying they've been allocated, and there's something that's, yeah, you can do budget modifications, but when a specific line item is already earmarked, or whenever these projects, they've already reserved that funding for it, and I think that might be some of the confusion. Anyways, maybe we have a roundtable. Maybe we should have a training session on the different terminology and what that means, or a basic accounting thing, because apparently this COVID funding is a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal, but we keep coming back to it and trying to find out where the money is. And from what you've provided to us already, I've seen where it's at, I've seen where it's going, but it doesn't seem that everyone else is liking that explanation. So I'd like to have the roundtable and get finance and Greg and whoever needs to be in there to say that things are being done right, where it's at, and using the right terminology so we can all understand the exact things. Thank you.
So I got a two-part question here, or two different questions, I should say. The first one is going to your FRX issue with the IT problem. So once your budget specialist puts the budget modification or whatever into the system, and I'm getting a little brain fog here. I can't remember which system you put it in. Is yours the super budget, or is that okay? So then and then Madam Secretary knows how persistent I am in getting my budget mods done. And but whenever I encountered that issue when a budget mod was entered, but it never went into the super budget, and this is when I was talking with the financial person. Lexi at the time only had to re-enter it. She just took the bit. She was like, "Oh, maybe it just didn't take." She just re-entered the same budget modification, and second time was usually the charm, and everything would go through, and everything would show up in the system. I don't know how many times I had to do that. Yeah, I agree. We need to update our accounting system, and that's something we can look into. But for a quick fix, that's something I'd recommend to your staff is maybe just re-enter the budgets that aren't showing up in the super budget. So I know that sometimes those take a little bit extra time, but maybe it's worth the try, so that way we get some traction on that.
And hopefully when IT goes and sits with the team, we can look at that, because they have the Excel, then they have Great Plains, then they have the super budget.
Yeah.
So they're having to do it in triplicate. And where is that break? I'm not sure. Probably the difference between this is because these are new budgets to the system, where the example you're giving is there's already been a budget entered, and now you're just modding that number. So these are new budgets entered based off of now in accordance with that resolution 56B that identified each project and that allocated amount.
Yeah, I got it.
So that's kind of, and the previous budget officer wasn't familiar with how to initiate a budget from beginning. So we need to work that out, make sure that we identify that process and we have it there. If there's a technical issue, then we've got IT there to help us through that. So we're working on it.
So I was just giving you some friendly advice that's
Yep.
worked in the past.
Yep.
I'm not sure. Have you tried that one?
I haven't personally, because that's not my task. I know,
Just your team, I mean.
yes, my team has entered it and re-entered it,
So
but,
they have been entered in.
Yes.
See if it goes through. Okay.
and we realized that Friday that something wasn't connecting,
All right.
or something wasn't right.
Gotcha. So then moving on to the second question, I'm looking at the checkbook register, and then on 247-715, there's a check to Dakota Crossing that was voided out for 110 Gs roughly. I was just wondering why that was. It's on page 2, on March 8th. All right, thank you. Just because I noticed it's a fairly large amount.
Yeah, I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you.
I'll email you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick, so Mr. Chairman, what can you do to expedite the process for handling their IT with the? Okay, second thing. The reason why we keep asking, the reason why we keep wanting to know, the reason why we keep pushing is because this, not having this information is preventing services for the membership from continuing, for going on. It's preventing bills from being paid. It's preventing our districts from being able to have what was allocated to them, you know, to be able to provide services for the members. So there is a direct effect of this inadequacy, and it's got to be taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I am very well aware of those issues because I faced them as well when I sat in as council previously, and these were the exact same questions I had as a council person and didn't get the answer. And now that I'm here, I'm starting to see there's other issues which I'd really prefer to talk about in roundtable. We do have an outdated accounting system. It is very outdated. You should be able to, and previous council may remember this, but we had a presentation of a new accounting system that would allow us to have dashboards and have real-time updates on our accounts. But because our system is so outdated, we have different components that we have to connect to get the reports we need. Perfect example is just how I explained putting a simple budget in the system. It has all these different components that have to connect and communicate in order to produce a simple report. So to me, this is a perfect example of why we really do need a new accounting system. Because you're absolutely correct, Lake Travis. I sat there in your shoes asking the very same thing for 2 years and wasn't able to get it because we do not have an adequate accounting system to give us real-time information. And I just want to make sure I note your concern. So human resources, one of the things that I try to do weekly is I try to meet with my staff. I did report that we are behind. We're behind in budgets. We're behind in the finance department. COVID has really hit our program and the finance department hard with it, not just the influx in federal funding, but also them having to be having to work from home and still having to maintain their reconciliation duties of our accounts. So we're behind there. One of the areas that I recently learned is that budget mods take up a majority of our budget staff's time. And one of the areas we saw that we can get better at, and this is going to be on our agenda for fiscal year 2022, is that we make sure that HR is communicating with our program directors when it comes to 5-10-year anniversary and bonus, so that way those can be put in the budget as they produce the budget, instead of as they come up, they ask for budget mod. Because those budget mods, as I just described, and Enemy Swim helped me describe that process also, is tedious. It's not just simple. We have all these other things that take place before those budget mods are activated correctly. So I'm just sharing with you some of the issues that as they arise, I want to make sure that I'm sharing them with council as well. Property management and supply. My office is working with Terry, and hopefully we can identify, Mr. Chairman is aware, we've talked about this before, on identifying and prioritizing a critical maintenance and repair list of our rental homes. So that way they're safe for occupancy during this pandemic. We're still looking in the process of a sole source procurement policy. I feel that we really do need to update our accounting manual. When I met with my programs, the number one issue that was brought to my attention is that they would all like to see, or the majority of them would like to see, that our accounting manual be updated. So that is still in the process. Tribal court, I did provide a written letter of request to the BIA requesting a tribal court assessment. That was issued March 25th. I do have my correspondence for your record. The for-profit board, I would like to visit with council as the for-profit board to talk about my recommendation of doing a short-term, 6-month refinance loan of Dakota Crossing, and that will help us to pay the debt owed from Dakota Crossing. That was not a part of the lease agreement. We're responsible for the debt that the store has accumulated. And we're still in the process of collecting all that record so we can get an amount.
Dallas?
Has that amount moved from the roughly 800,000 that we talked about last time?
So that came in at the very tail end when you saw Chris come in. So that was him coming from town, doing his best to get some of those numbers to update us. So yes. Has that changed? I don't know, because he's not done reconciling those accounts. It's still a work in progress.
Oh, okay.
So, but they're doing the best that they can to get us that information that we need. And I do have Greta assigned to this task. She's currently, sometime today, is meeting with Chris and meeting with Mr. Gunn, and they're talking and trying to finalize these numbers. So as soon as I get them, I can pass this information on to council and Madam Secretary and Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate that. But I guess a concern that came up after that discussion was these businesses that we had agreements with, and so we went into a new lease agreement. I understand that. But are they going to be charging us any additional late fees or anything? Because to my understanding, if they haven't been paid X amount of months, they can put on charges on that. And so how many agreements we have, I was like, even if you threw on like a $500 charge, all of a sudden we're increasing, roughly 10 G's just off the get-go. And then by the time it takes to kick out checks to pay these individuals off, and if we're not taking in those additional surcharges, like, do we have a game plan for that?
So that's a really good question, and I think that's where Mr. Gunn was trying to say it's urgent that we do try to do the short-term refinance loan until planning has completed their full project, their debt consolidation project. So it is important that we address this debt timely for the reasons that you're stating. They're important. And one of the things that we're finding in our record is that we have a lot of past debt that goes way back from before our term. And so if you recall some of the discussions, is that a lot of the produce was from a convenience store supplier, which is way more expensive than should it had been from a grocery store supplier. The reason for that is because they weren't able to pay their past debt, so then they could no longer use that vendor, so we're looking for product elsewhere. And we just progressively got into this state to where we have a huge amount of debt, which to me shows the state that our store really was in. So hopefully, like I said, we'll have these reports finalized for you, but these are the discussions I'm hoping to have with council. I just want to make sure that we're...
Yeah, and then could you have this by our for-profit meeting for sure?
Well,
very least.
I put a deadline for Friday.
Excellent,
So
even better.
Yep. So I'm hoping that we can allow Chris he said he needs 3 days to just focus on that. But like I said, he's doing other stuff for us too, his original duty. So if we can make that happen, then hopefully by Friday we'll have some numbers. They're meeting with Gunn, so Gunn can explain to them exactly what it is that we need.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Dallas. I'm going to go to Dion. You hand your head.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm reading this letter from, to Ms. Tricia Tingle. I guess this is the first I heard of this, so I don't think I missed anything, and I don't, so what's this assessment about that?
So this is...
Support that, but I've never heard this.
Yes, so just as we can have the BIA come in and assess, and they should be assessing us on a regular. BIA comes in, assess our BIA programs, that'd be law enforcement, child protection. Being that we've had some recent concerns within our tribal court, I felt the need to go ahead and request a BIA assessment of our tribal court. It's not anything that is unreasonable. If anything, it would be neglectful to know that we have this much concern there and not request them to come in and do an assessment. So the letter's there, just showing my communication, making you guys aware and being transparent with council on what I did there regarding our tribal court.
So I guess the one thing that we've found out in the past is that you have to be very careful with who you're having assess. And I think that, we learned that back with, law enforcement in our tribal jail. You have to be really careful who you have assess things. If we need an assessment, I would rather have, to me, I don't know, and apparently everybody's in support of this because it says right here that you guys fully support. I was not aware, but I think it would be better to have, unless are we funded, is how much funding does the BIA provide for the court? I mean, I think
I don't have that answer right off, but this is an administrative function, and I'm exercising my authority to go ahead and have this BIA assessment.
Okay, then maybe
The
just in
assessment
the
is at
future.
no cost to us.
Okay, just in the future, then don't say that we're supporting something if you're doing it administratively. If you're doing it, that's fine. But if it's gonna be thrown out there that we're supporting something, then maybe ask us for that support first.
So I have at no point in time said that you guys are supporting. I'm providing this to make you guys aware and letting you guys know.
Second paragraph in your.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, my apologies for that.
Because I was never
So
aware.
this is the template that came off of the BIA. I did get a hold of Russell. Russell did say that it does fall within my authority and my jurisdiction as the executive over this. This is BIA's template. So I don't believe, Madam Secretary, did you get council approval to do your BIA assessment? Because I did refer to her too to make sure that I was following suit with how she did hers. So this is the standard language that was requested, and that's what I used and followed. I will make a note of that. Okay. Okay, so then under for-profit number 2, we do have an update. The contract has been signed and executed with Sean McCabe. We do have him included on our end-of-week financial meetings. A notice has been sent out to our properties so they know what he's going to be doing, why he's doing it, when, and for how long, and that they do know that this is a requirement and that their cooperation is appreciated. It's required and appreciated. Mr. McCabe will be meeting with my office at the end of the week on Friday during my financial meetings, and then the last Monday of the month with council. Okay, so then number 4, special project, the CARES Act. We are still in the process of, like I stated earlier, figuring out our CARES accounts. Mr. LeBlanc will be working with my office to get those budgets finalized and those accounts updated. Whipley has provided the tribal council with the requested report, the itemized cost of services rendered, and that is Exhibit 6. So that was received Long Hollow this month, so I just wanted to make sure that I made it an attachment for council's review because I know that was something that you had made a request several times for. And that's the end of my report, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Madam Vice Secretary.
I just had a question on, with with the revision of the accounting manual, will it also include creating an accounting manual for the non-federal revenue funds? I know that was a concern.
Yes.
So I think if we could do that, it would alleviate a lot of red tape for the programs that are funded with
Yes.
program support.
And I do believe, Madam Secretary, that we do have a motion that says that. So it's just getting to that place where we can begin to amend that.
Okay. And I just wanted to say, when I requested the review of the child protection program through the Bureau, I did not get a council approval because that is a program and under my administrative authority. The thing I would be concerned about is if we were going to ponder transitioning to a CFR court, then that would have to come to council. So I just wanted to make that statement because I would not want it to go to a CFR court without that approval. All right, thank you.
Motion to approve Vice Chair report.
Motion.
Moved by Aipa, second by Olegency. You got a question, Junior?
My question is for all three executives, though. I mean, I've getting a lot of phone calls and texts about the hazard pay. Is that something that the executives are working on? I know we got a lot of employees out there asking that question. Is there anything that updates that we have on hazard pay?
Well, we want to executive this Thursday? Have us up? Oh, we're going to meet exactly on that issue of hazard pay.
Thank you.
So then we will direct all the questions to which one of you?
My office, if you need.
Okay, thank you.
And also to Christina, excuse for this week, for bereavement. Council and execs a heads up on that. So it'll be a little slow on part of our executive side, but she's excused for bereavement. That's the reason why I didn't bring in my executive committee minutes. Good,
I missed the tarot conversation in the report, Exhibit 5.
That is the letter of request that I did submit to Tarot Commission when I did meet with them. At that time, like I reported last week, I did not have that budget to bring before Tarot to let them know a projected amount. So in that meeting, that is when they authorized up to 300, and then it got tabled until we either identify another funding source or we can get these reports produced.
So I guess,
Just fair.
just to take care of the issue, if there's a standing motion not to touch that, then that needs to be addressed first and foremost. So I guess, is there any members of council that are going to want to rescind this motion? Otherwise, we're wasting our time on this.
Gypsy.
I guess two things. Well, this is one to the Tarot Commission and asking the Tarot Commission support, correct? Okay, and then, so with their support, then technically they'd go back to our district and ask us. Is that what? Or that's what their decision is, but anyways.
So the Tarot Commission made the motion to up to 300 because we didn't have that budget
Okay.
that gave us a projected amount needed.
Mm-hmm.
So then we learned last week when we met, or last 31st,
Mm-hmm.
that what Tarot approved was actually not enough than what is needed.
Okay.
And it didn't include hazard pay.
Okay. And then,
So there's obviously more discussion needed for it. So, I'm okay with it being tabled until we have answers for council.
And then,
I think in your report too, it says, Madam Vice Chair, is that you're asking the COVID manager to meet with the execs to follow
Yes.
that.
Because I can't give him a directive on my own because he's under all three.
and then the other thing is, I was hoping that Mr. Chairman's monthly report could have a summary of sorts, the way the vice chair and tribal secretaries is. Oh, cool. Thank you. And then I had the motion to approve, we had second, we're waiting on vote now, never mind. I'm good.
Question by Madam Vice Secretary?
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette, Tribal Vice Chairwoman, Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council Execs. Before we move on to Tribal Secretary's report, we're going to take a little 7-minute break for her to get ready for her report, if you guys don't mind. Go back into session. I'm going to call over to Madam Secretary for her report. So whenever you're ready, Madam Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, if you would please refer to my report. As you know, the elderly food coupons transition to the reloadable Bowie food cards, gift cards. And what we do is, since they're reloadable, we just give them a new list every month and identify any deceased members so that they won't be reloaded that month. So there are 2,191 elders listed for the month of March. There were 126 people that came to the Tribal Secretary's office for assistance for the month of March, not including the program managers and/or Tribal Council. We logged in and responded to 182 phone calls. I signed and approved 105 documents. There were no complaints received this month. There were 83 scheduled meetings with tribal executives, council, program managers, and others, including the WebEx or Zoom meetings and 3 conference calls. I attended the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board of Directors meeting on March 11th. I chose to do it virtually. It was actually held on site in Nebraska at the casino for the Santee Sioux tribe. The tribal caucus was held first from 8:30 to 9:10. The roll call for the official board of directors meeting was at 9:45. There were several agenda items discussed. Some agreed that our Great Plains Regional Office needs to be more active as a liaison to the tribes, especially in regards to Title I and Title V. And that is how relates to how our health care is delivered. And the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board did not endorse Elizabeth Fowler as director for IHS at this time because she's so new and they want to wait until she visits with the tribes. And they do want to, they were calling on her to talk to her about the disparities we face in the Great Plains. And we need a call to action to prioritize our issues regarding the disparities we face in the Great Plains. As the ACF Tribal Administration for Children's and Families Tribal Advisory Committee representative for the Great Plains, I will be presenting a report at their next Board of Directors meeting. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, notes that I took. The meeting went until 4:55, at which time we adjourned. But some of the issues in the Great Plains, they believe that there needs to be a definition of who the IRA tribes are, who are the treaty tribes, and who are the 280 tribes. Treaty tribes have inherent rights. And some of the issues with telehealth, lift the moratorium on the RPMS, and create more of a partnership rather than the federal oversight concept. Become more uniform. And the OEH&E is cumbersome, needs a structural change for some of the thoughts. And also discussed was the dialysis, credentialing, and maybe there needs to be a training on the Title I and Title V. What else? Just giving you a recap. Chairman Wright is on NCAI, and he said basically what he noticed is that they don't listen to the tribal leaders in the Great Plains, and he's working to change it. He will be leading the task force to organize to hear the voices of the tribal leaders. And also, what was discussed was the meth problem. Although we're in a pandemic, when the pandemic is over, we're still going to have the meth problem. And the belief is that we need to invest in more treatment centers for meth. One treatment center isn't enough. There's only one at Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and it's not enough. And there's a belief our people do not need to be locked up to be saved from meth. That we need to have a meeting specifically to address that and look at solutions. Yes, Dion? Lake Traverse
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. With
Secretary.
the,
Secretary.
oops. Sorry, Madam Secretary. The only thing that I would offer as far as, with the treatment, we do have treatment services, and if with unfreezing those gaming budgets, that maybe the outpatient, my Utecha, that they can be brought back up to full capacity so that they can be serving, because I know in my experience, what was really helpful was when people would come from Fort Pride, and then they would access those outpatient services, so they are really getting more patient-centered care, and that was really helpful. We really noted that the people who went through the 30 days and then came to the outpatient, and then we were able to work more extensively with the trauma, the thinking errors, identifying coping mechanisms, and then doing that. We had somebody come in that it's called Mending Broken Hearts, and that's grief, unresolved grief. That component was so helpful. And so maybe when those services, and they are back up and running, hopefully very soon, and they can streamline that. And then, with the restored, the reason why I keep harping, and I'll keep harping on it, and I'm sure you guys know that, on getting our drug court back up and running, because that restorative justice model is more successful in helping people to be sober and to be abstinent. And I know that one of the other things that I did want to share with you that I found out was that there's another tribe that's looking at doing medication-assisted treatment, which my Utecha does currently offer, but they use the way it's done is through IHS or Coteau, and they use Suboxone, which is just another narcotic. It's more controlled, and it's done under the supervision of a physician. But there is another tribe that is using cannabis for medication-assisted treatment. And that, I feel, just understanding the way substances affect the brain and the way some of that medication stuff is handled, especially the places that it hits in the brain, I think that would be, it would be worth a shot. It would be worth a try to do medication-assisted therapy with cannabis, maybe not as a smokable product, but maybe an edible product, or to be able to consumed, by mouth. That might be a more successful, or it's worth a shot. And if there's other tribes that are doing it, maybe we could also, take a look at doing that too, because I think that we do have, we do have a significant issue with stimulant use disorders, especially methamphetamine, and now opiates are kind of, following that. And so if we could, start to be our tribe has always been very proactive and really ahead of the curve on many things. And so I think that, some of those, we have all the pieces, we just got to line them up and send people down the road, and so I'm really grateful that, that we were able to, so hopefully we can get those treatment services back up and running, because, You know, you're right. It is, there are people that are really struggling with relapse and that right now. So, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Yes, thank you for that. And although we do have MSPI and we have TOR, they don't feel like that's a solution and it's not enough, and that they don't feel like IHS and BIA does enough to help the tribes. And one thing when we went to DC to advocate for the third-party revenue for the new treatment center with Admiral Wiaki, was that we can be a regional treatment center, which we essentially are now, because other tribal members from other tribes come here for treatment. And so that was one of our statements, that we can be that regional treatment center if they will help us. And so they did release some money for us to get that going. So with that, I just wanted to move on to, as you all noticed probably, that according to Native News Online, Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland announced on Thursday, April 1st, I believe it was, or 2nd, the creation of a new unit to investigate and solve cases of missing and murdered Indigenous women, people. So it was created within the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services. So I did make a copy, but I didn't make copies for everyone. If you want that, I can make that for you. But one thing I wanted to note in my report was that when Jeannie Hovland, who is from Flandreau, the former Commissioner of Administration for Native Americans and Administration for Children and Families, was part of the Operation Lady Justice and developed the Missing and Murdered Native Americans framework along with many others, including tribal nations, and also through the regional representatives of the Tribal Advisory Committee, which we all signed on to. And that framework will be used because Secretary Haaland, they are building off that framework and building off Operation Lady Justice. So one thing that I did tell Commissioner Hovland before she took her other job is that we would work, this tribe would work on getting the protocol established locally, utilizing that MMA framework. And it just appears that there will be a lot of help now. So I think with the other executives and various ones, we could get something going locally on that protocol. And another positive activity was held on March 9th at the City Council in Sisseton. The Warming House Shelter, located in Sisseton. I attended a special permit hearing to revise the permit. So they extended the hours. It's now open 24/7. So they don't have to get sent out every day. So, and the ribbon cutting for the Little Steps daycare is at 10 o'clock a.m. on Friday. So you're all invited, of course. Let me see. And it could be open for business soon after that. But if there are no more questions for me, I'm going to move on into the Indian Health Service with Mr. Randy Jordan.
Mr. Randy Jordan, can you come up to the mic? Make sure your mic is on. We have a listening audience. I appreciate it.
I think it's still morning. Good morning.
You wait until he's coming under your.
Can you hear me? Green light is on. Haumatakiapi. Thank you, Chairman and leadership and council, for giving me this opportunity. Myrna sent me an email the other day and asked me to come. And I just stated to Ms. Lake here earlier, I'm available anytime council or leadership wants me to come. So if that's monthly, that's fine, whenever. I'm at your mercy, basically. So feel free to contact me anytime and give me a heads up on what you want to talk about, and I can get that prepared for you. So I prepared a little report here, not knowing exactly what you want to talk about, but it's just kind of an overview of the pandemic. So we've been in this pandemic for 13 months now, and throughout this time we've held weekly and daily and weekly meetings with area director and leadership to discuss ways to refine our process, to improve our process. If you recall, a lot of things changed early on. Things have kind of slowed down. We've kind of gotten into a routine now, but we've had a lot of meetings. And, we continue to follow the CDC guidelines, and we follow the South Dakota Department of Health website as well. During the past year, we've witnessed many highs and lows, especially in emotions, testing, positivity rates, and vaccinations. Our staff has been very resilient. The constant pressure of being on high alert all the time has placed an enormous amount of stress on our staff, and I know, in speaking to some of you as well, everybody's felt this burden. However, our staff continues to come to work, and they continue to meet the stresses head on. I am humbled to work with such a fine bunch of staff there, and including our tribal partners as well, and our community partners. We have experience, we become experts in testing, in donning and doffing of PPE, and now the vaccinations. We've issued more public service announcements in the past year than we have in the past 10 years. Although we have a lot of experience with administrating immunizations, these past few months has placed a greater emphasis on the COVID vaccination efforts. All of our nurses, along with our pharmacy staff, are competent in giving shots. And right now, we are giving the Moderna shot, which requires 2 doses. The first dose is the prime dose, and the booster shot 28 days later. We offer a vaccine clinic on an appointment basis Monday through Friday, and we're currently giving shots to members 18 years and older. Our personal protective equipment, PPE, remains in good standing, and thank you to the tribe and emergency management for providing us with some gloves, gowns, and other face shields, etc. According to the South Dakota Department of Health, there have been 118,517 cases of COVID-19 since March 2020, with 758 new cases since April 1st. Roberts County has a total of 1,320 positive cases during this time, with 8 new cases reported since April 1st. 38 of these cases are still active, according to the April 5th report. The positivity rate for Roberts County is 12.9%, which is considered high risk. Currently, Roberts County community spread remains substantial and has been since September 14th, 2020. Therefore, our clinic staff wear both face masks and face shields while interacting with patients. All non-clinical personnel are required to wear face masks on duty, and we've been doing this since mid-May of last year. We continue practicing social distancing and hand hygiene. As for IHS, we've seen the positivity rates as high as 22.3% in December 2020, and currently, as of April, to the first 5-6 days of April, we're at 9%. So you can see the statistics here this past 13 months. Testing, we're offering symptomatic testing daily by calling the COVID hotline, 605-742-3735, to get an appointment to be swabbed. We use the Abbott ID Now analyzer for all symptomatic patients, and the results are available within 30 minutes. If the specimen is positive, we ask the patient for a second swab. The second swab is sent to the state lab or to the National Jewish Lab in Denver for further analyzing to determine if any COVID variants are present. Our in-house Abbott analyzer cannot detect variants. It only detects if the specimen is positive or not. Therefore, we rely on more sophisticated state analyzers to detect any COVID variants. We offer asymptomatic testing Monday through Thursday during our well and our chronic visits for those patients who wish to be tested. We send that specimen to National Jewish Lab in Denver for processing, and the results are available within 3 to 4 days. The National Jewish Lab is able to test both the regular and variant strains as mentioned above. We are not notified if the variant strain is detected. We are only informed if the specimen is positive. The results are then reported to the South Dakota Department of Health. Update on variants. According to a recent report issued in early April 2021, South Dakota Department of Health confirmed the additional variants of COVID-19 virus has been detected in South Dakota. This includes at least 1 case of the B1.351, the South African variant, and at least 5 cases of the B1.429 California variant. The announcement comes 2 weeks after the B117 variant, the UK variant, was initially detected in the state, with now at least 14 cases. The locations of these variants include the UK variant is in Brookings County, Lyman, Minnehaha, and Pennington counties. The South African variant is in Brookings County, and the California variant is in Roberts County. Available COVID vaccines such as Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson, or sometimes referred to as Janssen, has shown some reduced effectiveness against the variants, but are still safe to offer and for good protection. The South Dakota Department of Health strongly encourages state residents to choose to get vaccinated at the earliest convenience. South Dakota vaccination priority group is at 1E, was open statewide, covering approximately 227,000 residents. Group E for the state includes fire service workers, other critical infrastructure workers such as water and sewer, energy, finance, food services, food and agriculture, legal, manufacturing, sheltering, housing, transportation, logistics, IT, and communications. As far as the vaccine, COVID-19 vaccine for Woodrow Wilson Keeble is the Moderna. Since December 23rd, we've been steadily vaccinating individuals according to our vaccination plan. The COVID vaccine clinic is operated Monday through Friday efficiently thanks to our cooperative efforts from pharmacy, public health nursing, managed care, outpatient nursing, medical staff, and the business office. For everybody who gets a shot, we have to create a chart, and that places a lot of burden on our business office. We are administering the Moderna vaccine on an appointment basis, prime shot and booster shot 28 days later. The appointment-based system, delivery system, fits the volume of vaccine we've received weekly and monthly. We have the potential to vaccinate up to 500 individuals per week without interrupting a clinic. If and when we start receiving larger amounts of vaccine, we will then implement a mass vaccination efforts, as we discussed, possibly using TZ, high school, and or the 4-H grounds. To date, we've received enough Moderna vaccine to cover, through our vaccination plans, groups 1A and 1B. Group 1A consists of IHS and tribal healthcare workers and tribal first responders. This is considered complete. Group 1B consists of elders 75 and older, tribal essential workers such as teachers, tribal council, and tribal departments, casino workers, etc. This is considered complete. We've received approximately 57% of the vaccine required for Group 1C, which consists of elders 65 and older and anyone with 2 or more health conditions. And this continues to be a work in progress. As of late February, we opened the vaccine to any IHS eligible patient 18 years and older. We have administered 74% of the prime doses received and 87% of the booster doses received. Overall, we have administered 80% of all doses received. We continue to be the leader amongst the other 4 IHS clinics in the Great Plains area. The area director has commended us for our vaccination efforts. And there's our vaccination plan, A, B, C, and D. We are using all means of public service announcements to get the word out into our community, such as Facebook, letters, and robocalls. We have advertisements in both local newspapers, and we are currently airing public service announcements on the 3 local radio stations, KXXW, FM, Jack FM, and B103 FM. Also, the Tribal Community Health Education Program has done an outstanding job in providing information in their weekly newsletter. FEMA assistance. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, will be coming to Sisseton on April 19th and 20th to provide vaccination assistance to our community members. Since this is a FEMA project, all community members, including non-IHS patients, will be eligible for the vaccine. The location will be at the Dakota Connection Casino. FEMA will provide the trailer, generator, Wi-Fi, the vaccine, and staff to set up and tear down the event. We were notified this morning that we will be administering the one-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine. IHS staff duties include, and we're getting some help from CDP as well, will be to process check-in, pre-screening, vaccinating, and observing. Security will be required 24/7 to ensure the trailer and vaccine are not tampered with overnight. A conference call was held with IHS Tribe and community regarding the FEMA assistance. Facts for the week: be a good ancestor by continuing to adhere to local public health guidelines and stay vigilant with the 3 W's. Wear a face mask, watch your social distancing, and wash your hands frequently. Let's reach community immunity. Protect yourselves, protect our families, and protect our elders. The best COVID-19 vaccine is the first one that's available to you. As supplies of vaccines increase, President Biden has charged us all by making adults vaccine available by May 1st. Meanwhile, we have seen our Native American and Alaska Native communities lead the way on COVID vaccination efforts. Vaccines in Indian country: more than 980,000 vaccine doses have been administered across the Indian health system since mid-December. IHS has consistently administered vaccines at a higher rate than most states. 3 safe and effective vaccines are available. All 3 vaccines have been determined to be safe and highly effective in preventing severe COVID-19 illness, hospitalizations, and death. Therefore, the best vaccine is the first vaccine available. We have heard stories about vaccine hesitancy, and we remain committed to promoting vaccine acceptance by promoting open discussions, sharing scientific facts, and working on building trust. Stay vigilant. Everyone needs to do their part to get back to normal. But to get there, we can't let our guard down. We need everyone to get vaccinated. We need everyone to keep washing their hands, to keep social distancing, and to keep wearing their masks per recommendations by the CDC. Getting back to normal. We continue to strategize on how to get to provide a normal healthcare setting. The pandemic has definitely opened our eyes, not only here in Sisseton, but throughout the healthcare industry, on keeping our patients separate, our healthy from our sick. Our goal is to keep our sick patients separate from our healthy ones in order to prevent the spread of any disease. This will require some infrastructure modifications to the building. We cannot go back to the pre-COVID way of healthcare. In closing, I want to thank tribal leadership and council for your efforts in keeping our community safe. I'd also like to thank Mr. Sonny LeBlanc and the DARE program for a job well done. And thanks to all the other community members for their contributions during this pandemic. It takes a community to conquer this wretched disease. Ohechitu, Nina Wopira Tanka, Itako Yasin.
Before I turn it over to any questions or comments from the leadership, I have a couple things I wanted to mention. With your FEMA that's coming on April 19th and 20th, can you get the, I know you're going to do that, you can provide that information online for you guys, whoever does your PR for you guys. But just get the information over to over here so he could get that on his online resources for get that up to the membership. And also too, for your COVID vaccines, I know 18 plus eligible for IHS beneficiaries. Is there any in the future that's going to be like 16 on up that are going to be getting vaccinated?
Yeah,
in your plans?
We're just waiting for the go-ahead through our chain of command. But right now, I think Moderna is 18 and older.
Yes.
But as we start rolling out different types of vaccines, it was discussed earlier that we might get some Pfizer if they were able to get us a freezer. And now that Johnson & Johnson is becoming available, we don't have control of what we're getting other than Moderna. So as this opens up, and if we start getting different types of vaccines, we will then, deliver them in such a manner that is, that falls under those guidelines. So as soon as it gets down to 16 and older, we will be announcing that. But right now, we haven't been given the go-ahead yet.
Okay, thank you. And another thing I wanted to mention too, I know you sent out invites to the execs to come to your meetings, and a lot of times we get really busy as execs. So I appreciate it if you come in once a month in our reports to give an update.
Sure.
That'll help the leadership too, as well, if they have any questions for their membership. I would appreciate that.
Yes, I would love to come once a month and just...
Maybe come into the Madam Secretary's report.
Sure, no problem. I thank you for that. I've been actually wanting to get on the agenda ever since I've been here, but honestly, I've never been invited except on sporadic times. So I look forward to coming every month and providing a set report and answer your questions.
We appreciate it.
So thank you for that opportunity.
Any questions or comments from leadership? Madam Secretary, then Tokunawa.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. I did send Mr. Jordan a couple of questions. There were some concerns about the behavioral health department, and the questions that were sent to him is, why did IHS hire someone for behavioral health to conduct alcohol and drug assessments when the tribe has had this service for several years? The behavioral health department can make referrals to Dakota Pride for completing assessments. The position would be more fitting to hire a therapist position to specifically counsel with children. During this pandemic, we have seen an increase in suicidal ideations among children as young as 9 years old. The behavioral health are duplicating efforts with assessments and could better serve and assist the tribe by having a therapist for children under 18 years of age. And question number 2 is, how many people does the behavioral health department at Indian Health Service actually serve per month? What is the behavioral health snow show rate? How many people has behavioral health rescheduled due to their own conflicted schedules even after the person has shown up? With the pandemic and the resulting mental health issues in the community, we would like to see the Indian Health Service expand their mental health services. We have people in need, especially the underserved, specifically children under 18 years of age. That is what I would like you to respond to, and I have 2 more. If you want me to just tell you what they are and you can run into them? Okay. The next question is, when will the ambulance bays be operational again? Because they are closed right now. How are the people transported if there is a need for an ambulance? How are they taken out of the Indian Health Service? And the next question is, Katota Prairie helping with the vaccination effort on April 19th and 20th. Is their staff helping, their nursing staff? And those are my questions. If you could respond to those, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Secretary. I did pose these questions to our behavioral health supervisor when I got them last week, and unfortunately she's been out on extended leave due to a death in her family. But she did respond back to me this morning, and I'll read her statement. And obviously, if it doesn't totally answer your questions, we can definitely work on the response later and have another discussion. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this is personnel-based, maybe we should go into exec? I don't know, just...
no, not necessarily.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure.
So the question was, why did IHS Behavioral Health hire someone to conduct alcohol assessments? And so the response is, the decision to hire a licensed addiction counselor was based on the most qualified candidates at the time. I was not involved, and I'm not trying to say this or that, but I wasn't involved in hiring a social worker. However, this person has been an asset to our department. The licensed addiction counselor serves as our behavioral health consultant in the realm of patient-centered medical home and is a vital role in the patient-centered medical home's requirement to meet certification. So patient-centered medical home is our teams, the red team, the black team, and the yellow team, which has been kind of converted to the COVID clinic. And through patient-centered medical home, which is a requirement mandate from headquarters, is to create these teams. And each one of these teams should have a medical provider, a nurse, a lab, a pharmacist, a behavioral health, etc. And so hiring this particular person helps integrate the behavioral health component into the patient-centered medical home to have a more well-rounded experience. That's the theory. The position also collaborates with Dakota Pride Center, and patients that need a higher level of care based on assessment outcomes are referred to outside facilities. This allows this licensed addiction counselor to work individually with the patient until admission is found and interfacing along with Dakota Pride Center. The licensed addiction counselor is able to work with adolescents as well as adults. The behavioral health department does have 3 other providers to see patients and children and adults, while the patients with substance abuse issues are better served by the licensed addiction counselor. The licensed addiction counselor serves as a team member for the medication-assisted therapy MAT program, assisting to sustain this service in the community, whether it's IHS or tribal services. And lastly, the licensed addiction counselor does more than just administrative assessments. They work well with Dakota Pride and other tribal programs. So I don't know if that's really an answer to your question, but that's the response I got from our manager. And I can definitely ask more questions when she returns back to work. But I didn't want to press her too much because her sister passed away, and so this is what I got. So I don't mean to make excuses, but my subject matter expert is not here. And as far as the number of patients, in fiscal year 2020, we averaged 260 behavioral health patients per month with a no-show rate of around 20%, so about 1 out of 5 people. For 2021, January and February, the data shows we're averaging about 315 patients per month, and the average no-show rate is still at about 20%. As far as, and we did check with the schools during and throughout the pandemic to see if they needed any assistance from behavioral health, and at this time the schools did not offer ask for any help. As far as the question is patients being rescheduled, I'm going to have to further look at that because I wasn't able to have a conversation with our department manager at this time. So I apologize for that. But I will get back to you later this week with a response. As far as the other questions that you asked, when will the ambulance bay be operational? Well, we've never had an ambulance program. And in speaking to Sarah Dakota, when I first got here, the facility was built with an ambulance bay, but there was never an ambulance service per se. So it has just been used as storage, and we've now utilized it for the vaccine efforts. There's been an internal discussion to remodel it, but right now it's just an empty bay. As far as how the patients get transferred out, if an ambulance is called, even before the pandemic, the ambulance never actually backed into the ambulance bay. They would open the doors and they would kind of back up to it, but they never backed all the way through. We put the patient on the gurney, and the patient is loaded into the ambulance through the ambulance bay, or it depends on where the patient is. If the patient happens to be a code in dental, the ambulance will go to the dental door, kind of by administration. If it's dialysis, then the ambulance will go to the nearest door. But the ambulance bay is a question that is space that needs to be converted into usable space, and that's a discussion that needs further review. And as far as CDP, they're going to send some nurses to help with check-in, pre-screening, and observation. It sounds like IHS will be doing all the vaccination.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I'm going to go over to Dallas, and I got Gypsy raising her hand over there.
I was just curious, is IHS going to be doing additional mass testing with this new variant being out and about? That way we can better, understand, 'cause this new variant is supposed to be worse in the terms of symptoms, so I was just curious if you guys would be doing any mass testing.
Yeah, so we have ramped up our testing. I think we've increased 150 tests from February to March, and so far in April, I think we've tested 50 people. We've just had this discussion the last week or so. Actually, the area director has been emphasizing more testing, and more testing. And so if you recall last summer, we tested every Wednesday. We went to every community center. We came out here to the tribal office, and we were testing 1,100, 1,200 people a month. And then in September, it kind of slowed down simply because the state of South Dakota Department of Health lab was no longer going to accept these mass testing events. And so then we had to find another mechanism to get our asymptomatic swabs tested. We could send them to Northern Plains Lab, which is our reference lab out of Bismarck, at $100 a test. Finally, we were able to get a contract with National Jewish Lab in Denver, Colorado, through the state of South Dakota to process the asymptomatic testing. The symptomatic, you come to the clinic and have symptoms, we'll test you with the Abbott ID Now analyzer, and those results are within 15 minutes, 30 minutes. If you come in and you're healthy and you have no symptoms and you want to get tested, that test needs to be sent to Denver now. So now that we have Denver free of charge, we're utilizing them more. As the weather gets nice, it's now April, we've had conversations about opening up. We don't like to call it mass testing, they call it surveillance testing. And to open up surveillance testing, maybe every Wednesday again from 9 to noon, and start going that route. But that's a good question. The thing of it is with the dynamics of moving staff around, so we're trying to come out of COVID, we're trying to get back into healthy and chronic visits, with the same time keeping the yellow clinic, the COVID clinic going, and then on top of that, we're doing vaccinations, and we can do up to 500 a week if we have that demand. So we're juggling a lot of balls in the air and adding the testing now, which has kind of died down. And I think there was some reluctance from people to get tested as well. But you're absolutely right. We need to test more because the amount of testing that we've done has diminished each month until the month of March, which has gone up 150 from February. So we plan on doing more. Roundabout question, we're planning on doing more testing.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions, with the appointments and no-shows, etc. I recall a while back there was an effort perhaps to get quotes on a text messaging system for appointment reminders. Is that underway? Or is that in the works at all yet?
Yeah, so it's called Audio Care, and we do have text reminders. I know pharmacy sends them out. I'll have to look into it to see how much that has been expanded. There was some concerns with HIPAA. However, if we keep it a very, very generic messaging, but a lot of stuff we're bound by legal, by HIPAA, by privacy, and so, but we do have the capability. I know we send them out in voice messages, and I believe some text messages, but I'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
And we do have a contract called Audio Care that does supply that type of service, but I will look into it.
Right. Yeah, I know we get the phone messages, but I was just wanting to know about the texting because that's just another avenue. And then my other question is, with medical marijuana and that being with the state, what is IHS's position with pharmacy and medical marijuana for patients?
Well, the short answer is it's still illegal federally, and we are a federal entity, and regardless of what the state says, if it passes, we still have to abide by federal law. And so if someone comes in and let's say they're on narcotics on a paint contract, and they get a script from an outside IHS provider allowing them medical marijuana, and then they come to us, we're going to test them, and if they come up dirty, they'll get kicked off the program. So It's still illegal federally, and we are a federal facility. We have to follow federal law.
Okay.
That's a good question, though. Because
Yeah, so, if there was a patient and they wanted medical marijuana, they'd have to go to another provider outside of IHS that, could work with them on that. Okay, and then I have another question is about the, Native American employees. What are you doing to recruit more Native American employees as well as retaining them? I know we've had a lot of Native employees there in the past, maybe not a lot, but several, and they end up leaving from dental, clinic, pharmacy, lab. So yeah, what are you doing to recruit more Native American people? Are you working directly with any of the schools?
So, we follow Indian preference guidelines. I would make this statement. I don't look at all the job announcements or all the panels, the certifications. I supervise 5 people, and that's pretty much who I look at. We follow Indian preference guidelines, and we do have what's called the 3R bonuses, the recruitment, retention, and relocation bonuses. Now, not all occupations qualify for these bonuses, but the hard-to-fill ones, such as nursing, pharmacy, lab, medical, things like that, can qualify. Nursing can actually qualify for up to a 50% retention bonus if the budget can withstand it. We are reconvening what's called a recruitment and retention committee so that we can talk about these types of questions. I've said this from day one. We are in the people business. We are not a robot industry. We need people to do these jobs, and we do our best to try to, through the interview process, identify the best qualified individual. I support and promote Indian preference, and we try to retain and recruit the natives as much as possible.
All right, so you said there's 5 people that you supervise that are in charge of the recruitment and that kind of a thing?
I supervise 5 people. So I don't see everybody's panel, and I don't look at housekeeping panel, I don't look at facilities. I supervise 5 people. I supervise the clinical director, the director of nursing, the administrative officer, the quality assurance, the QAPI, quality assurance performance improvement, and office of managed care. And I had a secretary that took a different job, so I don't have a secretary right now. So those are the only positions that I look at, that I'm involved with as far as recruiting and hiring for. Everything else is delegated to the other executives or the supervisors that manage those programs.
So any of the other departments, do you have to sign off on the final paperwork on who's going to be hired?
Yep, so I sign off I'm one of the final signatures. So if someone makes a selection in housekeeping, it does make its way to me, and I do.
Okay, and then who's on your retention committee?
Well, I don't know for certain. It's a mix of probably 8 or 9 people.
About what?
It's a mix of about 8 or 9 different employees. I don't know. Let's see, I think someone from lab, someone from radiology. I think Katana from behavioral health is kind of the lead. Maybe physical therapy. I'm not sure, but it's a newly formed committee, and they probably had 2 meetings. I haven't attended any of them yet. I do get the minutes, but I can get those names back to you later on. I don't have the names offhand.
Yep, I would appreciate that. Let me see what else. Oh, one other question I had was about the nurse practitioner, that there were allegations of her misdiagnosing patients.
Nurse practitioner misdiagnosing patients?
Yeah. Missing severe, a severe or, a major serious diagnosis.
Well, so I don't know how much I want to say on that. Those are allegations, and we've done what's called a root cause analysis, and we've determined, along with area leadership, that the care was provided, met the standards of care. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
So you're saying that there was a standard of care that was met?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering.
Or still yours?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I want to get what exactly that standard of care is, if you have it written out. I mean, I know the providers, medical providers and nurses know what they need to do to provide that standard of care. But if you have a blockage of something in your internal organs that's missed from a provider you saw yesterday that just sent you home, that doesn't sound like they're meeting the standard of care.
Well, you know, we're not talking specific cases, and I don't know what you're referring to, but we've done some what's called a root cause analysis on at least 3 cases within the last 6 weeks, and each one of those cases, the standard of care was met. And the standard of care is medical staff review, nursing review, quality manager review, things of that nature. So as I sit here today, I can assure you we are providing quality care. However, medical care, health care is subjective. All of our providers are what's called licensed independent practitioners. So hindsight 20 is always 20/20. If I take a look at someone's work a month ago, 6 months ago, I can nitpick it and say you should have done this, this, and this. But the decisions that were made in real time at that time were standards of care.
Okay, then what, your complaint process, if anybody has a complaint, what do they do? Patient or otherwise, whatever, any type of complaint dealing with their...
So we have patient rights, and we have patient complaint forms, or you can pick up the phone and call anybody. You can call me, you can call the supervisor, you can call anybody. So you can file a complaint verbally, or you can file a complaint written. It goes to our QAPI person, Quality Assurance Performance Improvement, which is Mary White. She logs it in.
Who?
Mary White.
Can you talk a little closer, because I can't...
Mary White is our Quality Assurance Performance Improvement. All complaints go to her. She logs them in, and she assigns them to the department where the complaint originated from, and a review is done, whether it's customer service, whether it's I waited too long, or whatever the complaints are. On average, we see probably 4 to 6 complaints a month. The last couple months it's been like 5 and 6, but I think in last fiscal year, I think we got around 2 to 3 complaints a month. That's either written or verbal complaints. So, we see, 1,200 people a month, give or take, and we get 4 or 5 complaints. Now, there could be more complaints, but if nobody actually complains to anybody, then it's not documented. So if you pick up the phone and call me, I will write it down, and I will send it to Mary White, and she will run it through the system. If you get a complaint in the mail, and they're usually addressed to me, I will read it, give it to Mary, log it in. Normally, a patient will say, I have a complaint, and they're taken down to Mary's office, and then Mary will sit with them. Sometimes a complaint can be resolved on the spot. Sometimes it's just a misunderstanding. But we do have a complaint process. I encourage people to file complaints if they feel that the service wasn't adequate, because the complaint process is a way for us to understand if we're doing the right thing or not. So anytime someone comes and they have a complaint, I encourage them. I said, please write it down. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. At the same time, I'm writing it down, and I will turn that verbal complaint into a written complaint. Sometimes 2 days later, I'll actually get the written complaint. But we take all complaints seriously, and we have to report that to the governing body during our governing body meetings.
Okay, so to just clarify, so complaints by people do not have to be written. They could be verbal, and they can talk to anyone out there, a supervisor or you,
I would
and
suggest.
they can mail something
Yeah.
to the IHS or to Woodrow Wilson Keeble with, addressed to you.
I would encourage them to call me, or call the director of nursing, or call a supervisor, call someone from the leadership. Because if you just, call the housekeeper or security guard, they may or may not remember. So
Okay.
make sure you call the supervisor or someone in the office of CEO, executive staff.
So, with that, because even for myself, a lot of times, we've just been told that we need to put it in writing. We're not told what you just now told us.
Yeah.
So if that could be put publicly somewhere with like your direct line, with the supervisor's direct lines, because when you call for the appointment line, sometimes you have to wait for a while and you don't get through.
So-
And then have that put in the paper as well.
So you're absolutely right. Let me say this. Probably about a year and a half ago is when the decision was made, because it was brought to my attention through a conversation we had with area. It was those verbal complaints were not necessarily being routed through the official process. And so we had some conversation and we said, why make the patient tell you and then make them write it down? If they come to you with a complaint, consider that as a formal complaint. So you're correct. In the past, we may have had some verbal complaints that were not logged in and addressed, and we were waiting for the written, but that has changed, I would say, within the last couple of years. And I actually keep a log that I keep on my computer, and that it's a little template that I date, time, patient, phone number, contact information, write down the notes I take, and I send that to Mary, or I print it out and give it to her. But yeah, we can put that in the.
That'd be good to know, because if that wasn't widely publicized to say that was the new process from 2 years ago, people don't know that yet, and that might be why there wouldn't be as many complaints as you think there would be.
Sure, we can do that.
And I know Woodrow Wilson Keeble has a Facebook page, could be on there as well.
Yeah, we can.
What I would hope.
I'd like to make a recommendation to council too, on behalf of what Gypsy is going. I know in the past you brought in Coteau, the director over there, for previous council leadership for their questions and comments for a roundtable. And we appreciate that at the time, especially with Coteau or complaints coming in from our membership. Would you be open to set that up, since we got a new leadership here, with another meeting with, or a roundtable? And let us know what is a good time for both of you guys, then we'll set that roundtable with council for those questions.
Yeah, I can reach out to Mr. Cantos, and we can sit down. And so we used to, both him and I would present at the Human Services Board every month up until February 2020 is when I think our last meeting was, and then COVID just stopped all of that. But every month, for what it's worth, we reported to Human Services Board. But yeah, I'll reach out to him and see if we can't schedule a roundtable.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gypsy. I just wanted to remind them too for that. So I'd like to see that happen soon. With that, members of council and leadership, we're going to go on a lunch break. We'll be back 1:30. Taro will be coming back, so can you move to, motion to approve the tribal secretary's report, including IHS under her report.
I have one more question.
Motion moved by Curtis, second by Dion? Or was you? Who was the second? Was it? Okay, question.
Mr. Jordan, may I get a copy of your complaint policy, please?
Is it a question by Junior Kirk? Yep. Curtis. Question.
Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs. We're now into a lunch break. Resume at 1:30. On this, going back into session, so if you go up to the mic, make sure the mic is on, and whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Tribal Council. Just a quick report from the Taro Commission in regard to the minutes that I did hand out earlier. On page 2 of the March 23rd meeting minutes of the Taro Commission, we have a motion in regard to the Vice Chairman, Chairwoman's request for access to Taro fees in the amount of $300,000. The Taro Commission did agree with that. As you can read in the motion there, from the gold money market account with interest equal to that amount, which right now is 0.05%. And for term, it doesn't say the term in here, but when the discussion was taking place with the Vice Chairwoman, it was for a term of 90 days. That was motion number 2, and then motion number 3 by the Taro Commission was to look for another source of interest for this money, and they wanted me to check with the Sistuaptan Federal Credit Union, which is a federally insured institution, and their interest is the same unless you go into a CD for different amounts of money and for different periods of time. And so I will report that back to the Taro Commission also and let them make the decision and recommendation after that. And that is the update, Mr. Chairman. That was the motion by the Taro Commission for access to those Taro fees, the amount of $300,000.
Any questions coming from leadership from Mr. German? Go ahead, Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that report, Del Rey. I think in our discussion earlier, though, we decided to table that payment for now.
Okay.
Until we can get a better understanding on where it's going to be. Is that what I was kind of?
Yes.
I think that's what we were kind of discussing.
Okay.
So it is tabled for until further notice.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman.
No other questions or discussion? Question to approve the Taro report.
We'll move.
So moved by Buffalo Lake. Second by Tokenoa. Question by Long Hollow.
Louis Johnson? Yes. Dion Crawford? Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank you,
passes.
Council and Executives.
Thank you,
Mr. German.
Thank you, Executives and Council.
At this time, I'm going to call Joan. Joan, whenever you're ready, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm here, I had asked the chairman if I could apply for this Second Chance Act Community-Based Reentry Program grant. It's a Department of Justice grant. It's due on April 26th. It's for 36 months for $750,000. There's no match. This grant is basically a reentry grant which will help individuals while they're incarcerated, and then once they come out into the streets. I will not oversee this program. I just want to get it started. This is the third time that I've applied for this grant, so I'm hoping this time, the third time, that we'll be able to get it. So I need a resolution to attach to my grant. And I actually gave you a copy of everything in addition to sending it to by email.
I make the motion to approve.
Second by all agency. Question by Tokenoa.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Dion Crawford?
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank you,
passed.
Councilman Execs. Anything else, John?
No, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming in. Motion to approve the sex offender registry office report. So moved by Akiza Haska. Second. Second by Dion, representing Lake Charters. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen, A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of the council and execs. At this time, I'm going to call on the SWO program for your report. Council, you put in front of you a consultant agreement.
I know she's bringing them. You were on the phone, so I didn't want to bother you. Amitake, council, executives. What we're passing out is it's called a draft. Kimberly Craven reviewed it. She does things a little different than our previous lawyers where you guys have to approve it before everyone signs it, and we always have done that. But she has draft on it, and she said no one will sign it until you guys really approve it. So I don't know if all of you read my email a couple of months back. We had a contract archaeologist from Wilmot who worked with us for 20-some years, and we've always done a contract with our archaeologist. The archaeological season on the Northern Plains really doesn't warrant a full-time archaeologist just because of our seasons. You know, if it snows on the ground, we can't do anything. So we've always had a contract with our archaeologist. This archaeologist in particular is Native American, and he is familiar. He's worked up here before on BIA contracts, so he's familiar with the area. And we've worked with him on this and other projects. Just to inform the council that the THPO does receive, and this is the budget for this position, $25,000 a year is budgeted for archaeological home site surveys for tribal members who are trying to get a home site. And that's what the tribe gives. Our office administrates it. It's a pass-through. We don't get any of it. We spend it all. We make sure that we get all of our home sites reviewed. And any other tribal projects, any development projects, anything that transportation or realty or anyone needs, we get all of those done. And that budget is specifically just for our tribal projects. So that's what this would cover, this position. Our archaeological season could have started, but we really needed to get this through. And Kimberly and I went back and forth with it for a little bit, but we got it where it looks good to both of us. So this is the contract that we came up with. And I believe it's for 5 years. That's what our contracts have been. At any time, if SWO wants to break it, there isn't anything that says we can. It's just that it's easier to do 5 years than to come in every year and try and renegotiate or whatever.
Okay, floor is open for discussion. Are any questions coming from leadership? Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a little bit of education for myself. So this person, how often does he come? And he just comes basically to do the studies mainly for home sites or for new construction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's what our archaeologist has always done. Any projects that we are pursuing as a tribe, I know we've done, well, we do quite a bit of stuff for realty, like things that they need done. We do stuff for Department of Transportation. We have some stuff pending coming up. We already have a list for home sites. We take applications all year, so Wayne, our 106 guy, already said we already have a list of people who need their places surveyed. So we do emergency water and sewer, like people in the districts. I think recently we had one that had an emergency water and sewer, and see, before IHS turns any funding loose on any of those projects, we have to review it. So it's important that we have someone on hand. He would come as needed, but the way we've done it, the way we've always done it, is we try to have at least 6-10 surveys ready, and even with Kent from Wilmot, have him come in and work a couple of days and knock out all the surveys. Then he has a month or something to write all the reports. The reports are what's important, because IHS and any other agency, federal, that may need that, they require the report. So it's not just the survey, but it's that report that is really important and detrimental to us getting funding for IHS projects.
So has there ever been an incident where in the past, because you've been there like 10 years now or longer? Seems like you've been there a long time.
Going on 17.
Wow.
And
okay.
20 more before that.
Yes.
But I'm only 29.
Well, definitely an asset to the tribe. So has there ever been an incident where, they found artifacts or, something that needed to be preserved, and then what do you do then?
Well, there probably have been maybe 5, and those were on new construction. There haven't been anything on existing. I think that a couple of those on the new construction, we worked with the landowner, and I'm gonna say it was fortunate that the 2 that come to mind right away were pretty big airship landowners and owned a pretty big plot of land where artifacts were found. And so all they did was move their area, move it over, and then it wouldn't be impacted. And the homeowners are really in agreement with it because they understand, culture and the significance of our history here.
Yeah.
So we've never had anybody really question that. When we've asked them to avoid a certain area or avoid a mound, people think that, there's a good dirt pile right here. We can use this when we're gonna build our foundation or get our foundation. But that's why it's important, because sometimes those dirt piles are mounds. And, the homeowners that we've worked with, they've been pretty good about it. Oh, no, we don't want to bother it. We'll move over here. So we have had pretty positive results with our homeowners and with our landowners. They understand. Yeah.
That's a really good question, Councilwoman. The processes and protocols are in the tribal code within Chapter 74. I've got too many codes in my head here. But it is within that, as well as the National Historic Preservation Act and what the different projects are. What is determined as an unanticipated discovery, and then what happens with those things, whether it be remains or artifacts. Under the National Historic Preservation Act, those are things that we wouldn't touch, or, our goal is to not disturb things. And that in itself, one more thing, that what you're seeing and what we're talking about now is the core duty of the THPO office for home site review. And that goes far enough back to where there was a time and where housing sites and IHS was not completing the process fast enough, and people were waiting far too long. So that is the reason why this office was built in the first place. So we always want to stress that it is our most important obligation, and it is the core duty in order to get them done fast. And I really have to give it up to the people that work with this process. Particularly Wayne Cloud, and anything, where's it at, it all follows a process. But at any time, we would invite you to look at the book of laws and protocols, regulations, things like that.
I'll stop it. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I can make a motion to accept this. Oh, sorry.
We have, before I entertain that motion, we still have some questions from the Madam Secretary, and first, and what else?
Okay, thank you. I'm familiar with Ben Rod, and it's good. But I'm wondering, is this a sole source contract then? And 5 years is a long time, but it would prevent you from doing it every year. But I'm just wondering, is this a sole source
Yes,
contract?
it is. I mean, because really, that's what he does. He does contract archaeology. So like the minimal amount that he makes each time he comes wouldn't be enough, you know? So we did do a sole source. I followed the process to go through all the channels. And then the final went to Kimberly, then her and I hashed it out.
Okay,
But yeah.
okay, so there's a written justification on doing the sole source?
Oh, yes, all of that has been
All of that's
submitted.
done?
I didn't think it needed to come here because it already went to my executive and to legal and to procurement and everywhere else it needed to go.
Okay, and then I wanted to ask, it says desires to receive professional surveys of standing structures, etc. How are you protecting the sacred sites and the medicinal plants and herbs, such as where the sweet flag is growing? How are you protecting those sites?
Well, the authority for that, we can only protect on trust lands, of course. But Chapter 73 does address, you know, that we protect cultural resources. So if we know that something is being abused, I mean, we don't have regulations about our people out there, you know, gathering, because it's what we do. But if there was something we knew that was impacting it negatively, then we could do something about it, or at least, you know, it would fall under Chapter 73, and as far as, what do you call it, violations.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a 5 or 10 year plan for THPO?
Well, we don't really have, we follow Chapter 73, which kind of outlines our activities, what we do, how we treat things, how we do things. Like, as Tamara said, our core focus is mainly to make sure that we protect what resources we have. And so that is, you know, we try to make sure that we comply with Section 106 and that everybody is getting their reviews and surveys done prior to any ground disturbance. All the projects, especially with the COVID money, all these projects, we have to contact people and say, hey, did you make sure that you have an ARC survey? So we'd end up doing an ARC survey, just because people don't realize that they have to, that our lands especially fall under Section 106 because they're federal lands. I mean, we cannot tell someone who lives within our boundaries on fee land, we can't tell them what to do because that's fee land. Our authority extends only on our own lands. And if there is a federal project or federal monies that is going into a project, then we can consult.
Yes, I understand about fee
Yeah.
land. I think that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Dallas?
So I kind of follow right behind what the secretary now. I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, there was a sole source letter for being without an RFP and all that. So then, because I kind of thought that when it's finished with procurement, there's a initialing that goes on. So that's why I was a little confused at the documentation that lacking the procurement initial from whoever.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is on my other document. It is on the sole source. The line for Lenny's signature is on there. I'm sorry I didn't provide a copy for you, but we did follow the channels to ensure that we could get this.
Yeah, as long as it followed the process, I'm perfectly okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Marcia, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, thank you, Tansha.
Can you come closer to the mic so our listening audience could hear also, Marcia? Thank you.
I just have a question thank you. The question I have today is for whoever's, Diane mentioned that the THPO office only goes over for tribal lands. So my question today is, for tribal land that is being rented out, does the realty office connect with the THIPO office in any way to assure that any lands that are going to be rented out, that are new lands, so that the tribal realty office will assure that our natural grasses are still secure and are not going to be plowed up, and the marshes that we have will not be leveled out for any farmers that may come in and want to disturb our natural lands. Thank you. It's all yours.
Yeah, that would probably be a realty question for tomorrow, but I can answer for my portion on that, we do work cooperatively with all the tribal programs that we have contact with, whether it be Realty, Department of Transportation, BIA Realty. They come to us. The only one thing when they were drafting the leasing policy about like I think it was in 2014 or 15, when they were drafting the leasing policy, we did request that prior to leasing land that we be able to review them. But that would be a whole nother budget. You know, we've only gotten, 25,000 for our ARC surveys. So that would probably be a whole nother budget that we'd have to look at if we were going to review all the lands that we're setting up there. When there is ground disturbance that will take place, Jerry does call us, and then we go out, and we have the ARCs go out, and our field crews go out and review it if there is ground disturbance. A lot of times, and I don't know, cattle cause a lot of ground disturbance too, but we're putting our cattle mainly on range land that is untouched land. We don't always get called to review those. The only time we get called is when there's going to be known ground disturbing activities.
Members of council, if there's no further discussions on the consultant agreement, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Ian. Second by Iagapta. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes. Curtis Bissonette? Yes. Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.? Yes. Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Anything else, Dan?
No, that was it, I guess. No questions. If you don't mind.
Motion to approve SWO report.
Motion.
Moved by Akiza Haska. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Tokunawa.
Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford?
You can move on.
Move on.
Yeah.
Tribal Secretary? Yes. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs.
Mine's a yes.
Oh, where is it? Oh, we done?
That's okay.
Confused me on the vote. Yeah, took us off. I based it off on Diane. If you notice, I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone have the beaded things going through her mask rather than eyeglasses. Never seen it before. Whenever you're ready, go ahead, Gary.
All right, good afternoon. I'm going to present three purchases. I'll need approval all over 5,000. The first one I handed out should be Motorola Solutions. This is our yearly contract we have with Motorola, Spillman they're called. So basically it's a maintenance fee for our yearly maintenance fee. The total amount is $15,000. I need my glasses. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And this is already budgeted in our tax revenue. So we put this in our tax revenue to be taken out of every year. So I'll need a motion for approval. It'll be sole source.
Second.
Dallas Owen,
You still have Rosalie's yet?
Yes. A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council and execs.
Okay.
Go ahead and walk away. Go ahead, Gary.
All right, second one is also to Motorola Solutions. This one is so Motorola Solutions, they bought out WatchGuard. WatchGuard is in charge of we've purchased equipment, in-car video cameras and our body cameras for the officers to wear. So they bought out WatchGuard, and now Colette this morning got me a quote from them. So this will be sole sourced also. This will be also taken out of our 638 contract equipment line item for $7,680. And I'll need approval for that purchase. And this will be I'll be purchasing 8 body cams.
Even has his line item on there too.
Motion.
Motion moved by Kakiza Haska, second by Tokanawa. Question by Legacy.
Yes.
Wana.
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, my last one will be for the Victim Witness Assistance Set-Aside Grant. This grant is be up and started by Rhonda Kopeska. It's for a vehicle. So she got the quotes stamped by the bottom on there from Colette. And we selected the Gateway one. It's $37,000 for a Chevy Traverse vehicle. And the 3 bids are attached.
Is there a motion to approve that quote from Rhonda's program as it went through the process? So moved by Latency. Second by Tokanawa. There's no question, I'll call for vote.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council and Exec. Stay carried. We'll move on to emergency management.
Yes, good afternoon, thank you. I have sent out toward the end of March quotes for some AEDs, automated external defibrillators. What we're going to do with these 10, as I explained in my letter, was to put them into the law enforcement vehicles. And the funding source of this would be our Health and Human Service Agency grant. And we have 3 quotes out there, but we have 3 other of this type of AED. And if we start mixing and matching batteries, or mixing batteries, mixing the pads that go with it, we'd be scrambling all the time to have the right mechanism in place. So I'd encourage the bid from First Response. It's a Zoll automated external defibrillator, and they're $1,895 a piece. The total grant, if I have my numbers right, would be $18,950. What we'd like to do is include the hard cases with those, because they'll be bouncing around maybe potentially in the trunks of law enforcement vehicles. Also included in this grant, defibrillator that isn't on the other two would be a GPS system, which would locate where that defibrillator's at, in case it would be moved from the vehicle to another site for somebody that would need that type of expertise or that type of shocking to bring their heart back into rhythm. And the other part of that would be training that would be involved with that too. This company will come out and train our law enforcement officers. We also have the same type of AED at the Elderly Nutrition Center, and we could train that staff as well under the same program. It's the same device. So if I'm reading this right, my total would be $21,920. And again, the funding source would be grant funded through our Health and Human Service Agency grant.
Can you read back the total of for me again? 21,000.
Should be 21,920. And that would be including the training, the cases, extra battery for the AEDs, as well as the external pads for them as well.
I know you sent this out, but I didn't get a copy because I was just too busy. So any questions coming from council?
Can I add one more thing? This system also has two settings on it, one for an adult and also one for a child. So it'll be not over stimulating, the younger person in need of it.
And also too, Dallas is printing off the copies for you guys if you didn't have a chance to copy from you guys. So any questions for our comments on the request? How many did you say again?
The total? The total would be, how many? 10 of them. We'd be ordering 10 of them.
10 of them?
Right. And the company that we're getting them from is First Response. They're the ones that also service all the first aid cabinets throughout. So they're coming here every other month. They're there to help facilitate any, needs that those AEDs would have as well.
Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Did you say one is for the elderly nutrition?
No, the reason, the Elderly Nutrition already has one. The Law Enforcement Center already has one of this type of AED, so this would be 10 additional. So we'd have roughly 14 of these throughout right now, if this goes through.
Are they for any other programs?
Yeah, they're going to be going law enforcement vehicles, and as we can, we'll probably look to our partnership with Native Americans. They have facilitated, or will have, we think, another couple more for us in the next 6 months as a donation. But we do need these to get into law enforcement vehicles should they be needed. And I do believe the House of Hope has one too. Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Is there a motion to approve the request?
Motion.
Motion moved by Kakiza Haska. Second by Tokinawa. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Kirk Jr., Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council. Exec.
That's all we have.
Approve law enforcement emergency management report.
Motion.
I'm going to give that one to Tokinawa.
Figures. Second.
Second by Kakiza Haska. Question by Buffalo Lake. Give that last.
No, you did it.
Have to keep a arrow. Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana, Floyd Kirk Jr., Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, Council. This time we call Maria. for the facility management report. Make sure you speak loud and clear, Brianna. I'm sure to hear you.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
I think all the paint on here kind of muffles me. So today I just want to tell you that we've been working with CCC on getting the new daycare turned over, getting all the fire alarms up to par. We did a walkthrough and it was kind of hard on them. There's some things that when you're in a building, you see them every day, so you don't really notice. I kind of nitpicked them a little bit. So they're finishing that up. They should be on schedule to turn that over here soon. We're online with fire and rescue. The internet was being installed and so on and so forth. We had a problem at DLI last month with a furnace, and we were able to get that going again. And I just have one thing. I need approval to buy a truck. In my report, our two unmet needs are 2 trucks, and it's been that way for some time. Finally able to make headroom on that, and I got 2 quotes back from Lenny. I put it out on March 4th, and I got it back on the 22nd. And the first one is for a 2005 GMC Sierra 2500 HD. And that will be the one that the DARE program wrecked on us. To replace that, we still need one more truck. The other quote was for $13,300, and that's a Dodge Ram. But the 2500 Sierra will work perfect for what we need it for. All our plows will just be plug and play, take off one, put on the other. We're finding out if you try and take these plows off and put them on other vehicles, they don't work. And
Question from leadership?
That one is from Gateway, and that one is $12,273.
That's what you're recommending?
Yes, the GMC.
And Dallas was going to ask, it all went through the process and everything, right?
What's that?
It all went through the process of procurement and everything, right?
Yes. Yep.
And the funding source?
The funding source is I have it in my repairs and maintenance. My line item is 908.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
So moved by Williginson.
Second.
Second by Katiza Hasta. Question of Fuller.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion
Thank
passed.
you, members of council and exec. Anything else, Brianna?
Nope, just be ready for the school. We're going to be here shortly.
Thanks for everything that you do. You always love your help in our program.
We're getting pretty far on the second stage too of the coach facility. Okay, thank you.
Motion approved, facilities report. So moved by Chacon.
Second.
Second by Williginson.
Question.
Question by Hollow.
Dallas.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford.
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Abstain.
Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. To our agenda, we're going to go on break, and next thing we have is the DCA report.
Back at 3.
You want to get started?
Okay, thank you. Executives and tribal council will go right to enemy swim.
Good afternoon. Enemy Swim held a regular district meeting on March 20th. Motion number 3 to accept new membership for our adults. Motion number 5 to stand by the elderly's motion. Number 7 that was previously stated. Motion made by Karen Joseph, seconded by Ursula Eagle, questioned by Vivian Gill concerning a Housing Authority Director. Motion number 6 made to keep the Walmart cards for off-reservation members, made by Darlene Williams. Motion number 7 to rescind the Tribal Court Employee Safety Act. Motion made by Vivian Gill, seconded by Jan Redwing, questioned by Dwayne Hislaw. Motion number 8 was made to remove Elmer Ward as ICWA Indian Child Welfare Act attorney for Sistan Wapton Oyate and not be allowed to practice in our courts. He is not licensed to work in South Dakota. Motion was made by Vivian Gill, seconded by Kelly O'Reilly. Motion number 13 to accept Kelly O'Reilly as the Constitution Revision Committee member. Motion number 14 to accept Jan Redwing to the Human Services Board. Motion number 15 to accept Jan Redwing to the Judicial Committee. And that's it for Enemy Swim.
Any questions, council? If not.
Second.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford, Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana, Floyd Kirk Jr.,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chair, Tribal Secretary. Yes. The Chairwoman, motion passed.
Thank you, council. Madam.
Okay, we'll move on to Lake Traverse.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council and executives. Lake Traverse District had an executive meeting on March 5th. The motion number 6 was to accept our Judicial Committee reps' letter of resignation. Motion number 7 was to accept the youth to adult membership as listed. And that's all for March 5th. Another executive meeting on April 2nd. Motion number 12 was made not to force our elderly to utilize Bowie Foods for elderly coupons due to business not being owned by the tribe. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 13 was made to oppose taking money from the Terrell Gold Money Market account for COVID facility and, if approved, to waive the Terrell fees due to not being utilized for intended purposes. That was voted on and passed. Motion number 14 was to accept the new membership as listed. Motion number 15 was made to accept the one relinquishment as listed. And that's all from Lake Traverse.
Motion to approve report. Motion to approve minutes by Lake Traverse.
Second.
Second by Akita Haska. Question over by Buffalo Lake.
Dion Crawford. Yes. Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana. Yes. Floyd Kirk Jr.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Good, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll move on to Haipa.
Good afternoon, Council. Our March 21st, 2021 meeting minutes. Motion number 1 is to expedite judicial process to establish medical and recreational cannabis codes. Motion number 2 is that Haipa District support the PAYG proposal from Richard Tallbear. Motion number 6 to finish the Justice Center, which includes the jail, to be the #1 priority from the American Rescue Plan funding. Motion 7 is to finish the juvenile home detention center as second priority under the rescue plan funding. Motion number 8 is to provide air conditioning units or central air for homes. Either are under the rescue plan funding. Motion number 9 is to provide generators to homes under the American Rescue Plan funding. Motion number 10 is to have SWO build its own tribal utility company to include electricity and solar energy. Motion number 11 is to build recreational sites at our lakes that includes docks, picnic tables, playgrounds under the rescue plan. Motion number 12 for SWO to build a tribal fire department for district locations. Motion 13 to provide financial payment to help each individual tribal member. And that's it for March 21st. March 20th is our general election tally sheet. March 7th, executive meeting. February 27th is our primary election. Our regular meeting on February 21st. Motion number 1 is to rescind motion 64 that was made on 11/24/20. This is the gaming wage matrix that was passed in November. Motion number 2 is to get rid of corporation D&G level staff except the CFO. Motion 6 is to authorize Haipa Council Rep to approve the contract with Rui. Motion number 8 is that council do a legal review on tribal members being charged for jail stay in Roberts County, and also the medical bills charged to tribal member inmates for being taken to Coteau Hospital. Motion number 9, remove Lake Traverse Council Representative Dion Lake for abusing her power, code of ethics violation, misuse of office, unauthorized personnel use of tribal equipment, manpower, or materials. Motion number 10 is to get a list of all people in our district who are homeowners that need gravel and submit to the tribe for payment. Motion 11 is to accept new members. Motion number 12 is to accept the new youth to adult members. And motion 13 is to accept the 3 new elderly members. And that's all for Haipa.
Thanks, Karen. Motion to approve the March 21st minutes from Haipa.
Okay.
The move by Haipa. Second by Lake Traverse. Question by Lady Cindy.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Floyd Perg Jr.,
Yes.
Dallas Owen,
Yes.
A. Lydia Amos,
Yes.
Louis Johnson, Dion Crawford,
Yes.
Curtis Bissonette,
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, move on to Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake had their regular meeting on March 28th, 2021. Motion number 1 was to have Buffalo Lake councilmen to work with the other council members to get Eddie Johnson to help the vice chairwoman. Motion number 2 to have DCA Chairman Kenneth Johnson get the tribe's accurate accounting financial data like it was presented in the past when Gara Russo and Sarah Lincoln were the tribal vice chairman, and a detailed budget including the CARES Act funding and where the Buffalo Lake District's CARE Act funding is at, and when it was allowed to the Buffalo Lake District to have the report to the Buffalo Lake Councilman by April 15th. Motion number 4 is to give the tribal vice chairwoman 2 weeks to let the districts receive their purchases from the last year's COVID funds. If it isn't completed in 2 weeks' time frame, to take the authority away from the tribal vice chairman and ask the tribal chairman to assist the 7 districts with their COVID purchases for the last year. The rest was district business.
Anything else, Nikki, from your district? Still on that? Motion to approve the minutes? The move by Buffalo Lake. Second by Tokenowa.
Question.
Question by Council.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes?
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we'll move on to Long Hollow.
We had our election minutes for March 27th. Our meeting was held at 10:07, and I only have motion number 27 made by Barb Mail that Long Hollow District elders get back Walmart cards. Motion 29 to unfreeze tribal program budgets. Motion 31, there was 12 new youth memberships. And motion 32, there was 4 youth to adult memberships. And that's all I have for Long Hollow.
Thank you, Chairwoman Cook. Motion to approve minutes?
Motion.
So moved by Hafiza Haskell. Second by Tokenowa. Question by Madam Secretary.
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes?
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos? Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Tribal Secretary? Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Okay, there's a few issues that came up. One was the $1,500 that was taken from the elderly from each district. And I did do a little research, and it was because Enemy Swim had their elderly program, and the tribe was subsidizing them $1,500, and that's why every district got $1,500 a month. Remember that last time, Myrna, we didn't know why it started, and that's where it started, was Enemy Swim had their elderly program, and the tribes were subsidizing them with $1,500, and that's why every district got $1,500. Nobody's getting it now. Well, yeah, before. That's why I went and found out where it came from and why it started.
Floor is still yours, Louis.
Okay, with that, we unfroze the gaming revenue today, so I'll make that motion that we implement that back in to allow each district to get their $1,500 back. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion moved by Louis. Second by Hafiza Haskell. You have a question, Madam Secretary? Oh, can you clarify the motion? Or, Lizzie, did you get the motion?
I'd like to add that it's retro back to the October. Right?
Back when it stopped, back to when it stopped.
Back to when it stopped, I guess, yeah.
$1,500 for each district.
All because of Tokenowa.
Lindsay, got it down?
Yep, was there a question?
Yep, I'm gonna call the question. Question by roll agency.
Louis Johnson? Dion Crawford? Curtis Bissonette?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes?
Floyd Kirk Jr.?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman,
Yes.
Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Well, when there's, well, I know the funds haven't got here yet from the HEROES Act, but when are we gonna start picking and choosing what we're gonna build and how we're gonna move forward with all that?
That's all my intentions was with planning. I know the funds are not here, and we're waiting for the information coming from Mark Van Norman and also Mr. Steve Gunn. But during that time, we can still try to plan best. I know there's a lot of people with a wish list. And my intention is with these meetings, hopefully are being given back to your district. Is why I invited the leadership, ECA, planning, whoever involved that we can get the information on. So that's the only thing I can say right now. Unless the other leadership has something else. So, Madam Secretary, then I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Crawford coming from the Tribes.
This was proposed to me to bring up, and it was because the diabetes center is on the list for expansion. If we could actually remember the youth, and they need a new youth center. If we could incorporate those two entities, and we could have a diabetes and a youth center together, and their hours would be scheduled, to serve both entities, or have one side youth, one side diabetes. But the youth are kind of getting left out of here because that tribal gym is really detrimental to them being in there. Because I remember I worked upstairs in the old tribal gym, and down in the basement was a weak beam, and at that time they said it could cave in at any time because of that one beam. But people are still in there, and kids are still running and playing in there. So I really don't know the status of that beam, but there was a weak beam in that basement holding up the structure. So if we could just remember the youth when we're planning what to do with this money, because I think they really deserve a new youth center with a swimming pool and the works. But I wanted to make that pitch out of respect for people that have brought it up to me. Thank you.
Go ahead, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, I guess, when it comes to this HEROES Act money, that's going to be a lot of money that's coming to the tribe. And it'd be nice to have a return on investment on whatever is being used to, how it's being used. We don't know when the pandemic's going to occur again, where it's going to hit us harder than what it was where we had to shut down like in the past. So that's all I want to, say is council keep that in mind is, spend that money wisely where we can receive some type of return on investment by revenue generating. If the casinos are shut down, then it's going to cripple our tribe again. The other thing is spring, you got spring season now, and you got a lot of people that are requesting gravel. When is the tribal roads or tribal transportation going to start allowing gravel deliveries for our membership? I know that's one of the tribe's biggest natural resources that we have is our gravel pits, and a lot of our members need gravel. So what do we do with our gravel list that we get every year? Do we turn them into you?
Yes, here's my office.
Okay.
That'd be the quickest way.
I just got one more thing. I went to a meeting yesterday with FEMA, and they're planning a mass vaccination on April 19th, 20th, and the Buffalo Lanes went on with use agreement with FEMA and IHS. So if you have some way you guys could persuade to hurry up and have DNGE sign on to use their east parking lot, so we can get this advertised out there, and this will be for, I told them I'd present it to you guys, let you guys, and you guys can, get on DNGE to get that use permit
Yes, that's
signed, so then we can move forward with getting that for our members, and then, well, it's open to the public, so.
yes. I actually talked with Kimberly about the issue, so she can bring that up in her report for those others. Curtis?
Get my name already?
See what happens when he has his hand raised? He's like that, but when he's not, we're not calling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling on me. So I did talk to the GM out to Connection. He is aware of the mass testing. We just had a conversation with him today. And so that's already in the works. Plus, Randy Jordan was here, kind of talking about it. Is it open? This is a question I got. Is it open to non-members also?
Yeah.
Okay. That was our understanding too, so it's already in the works. Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis.
Okay, that's all DCA had.
So moved by Old Agency. Second by Curtis. Question, like Travis.
A. Lydia Amos.
Yes.
Louis Johnson. Dion Crawford. Curtis Bissonette. Brandon Gypsy Wana.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Tribal Secretary. Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you, members of council. Also, too, appreciate you, DCA, for bringing in your report. Members of council, I only got one thing left. I got a letter from the Governor Nome. Basically, he's requesting one of our flags being flown in the state capitol. There's a letter. I need a motion from council. Is you guys in agreement?
Can it be front and center or what?
Go ahead, Dion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought she also invited you to a round dance. Maybe you could take the flag out there when you go dance with her. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's not even worded right either. Adjourned.
Monday, I had adjourned already too, so we'll fix it on Monday.
Okay.